Okay, how you doing? How you doing? I just got my coffee made. I'm ready to go. Today should be very, very interesting in the trial. Let me get that pulled up and make sure we're on the right day when we start off. Good God, yesterday was such a debacle. It's all right, though. We made it through. Here we go. Get this over here. I want to use that news station. Right here it is. See, that doesn't look right, does it? I don't want to be messed up. Let's do Lindsay Clancy right here. Do day 21. All right, who's going to show day 21? I really don't know. Okay, here we go. Make this bigger. Okay, let's share our screen and get ready to go. Yes. My friends Pam, Leslie, Cinderella, so good to see y'all this morning. Get this done. Watch live, day 21. There we go. All right, we're ready to go, guys. So as soon as it starts, we'll be ready to go. Let me see what happens when I make this bigger. Ooh, I don't like seeing all that crap there. Maybe that'll go away. We'll see. Oh my goodness. Everybody slept well last night. Quite the story yesterday, right? About Dolly Parton. My husband told me last night that the president is going to fly, or yesterday, they're going to fly the flags at half-mast for 7 days to honor the legend Dolly Parton. I think that's a beautiful thing because they normally don't do that for just normal people. But I guess the president thought highly of her, and she had a long career. She's a very special person, very special. Anyway, let me see what everybody's saying this morning. Let's see. Hello, everyone. Pam's, good morning. Good morning. Morning, love. Yeah. Today has me sitting on the edge of my seat. Everyone in the legal world are very interested in today's cross-exam. Oh God, yes. I can't wait. My notepad ready. Oh, my goodness. Cinderella. Let's see. Good morning, everyone. From Leslie, keeping it real. Good morning, honey. What you got going on today, Leslie? Let's see. Pam, keeping it real. Cinderella, and I did. Great. Good to hear. Also, I need to let y'all know something. So myself and Guilty of Crime are going to do a live together about Krista Pike. That's a very important case because she is set to be executed on September the 30th. She was 18 when she committed her crime. Y'all come on out and watch if you can. It's going to be at 6 p.m. Texas time. Dolly was never normal. That was her appeal. You're right about that. She had her body was shaped weird, and she always wore wigs. And you never really saw her real hair. I thought that was interesting. Why? Why did she have to wear a wig? Apparently, on Krista Pike, there are no more appeals. Now, she did try to get herself hung, but they said, no, we're not doing that. We're using a normal method, which is going to be the lethal injection. Now, there's going to be a special doctor that's going to watch over this lethal injection because of some something that happened way back. So, but I'm not shocked by that. I'm really not. They always want to make sure nothing will go wrong. But I think it was a medical condition that she has, that she doesn't want the lethal injection. She at one point even stopped all appeals. At one point she said, just kill me, just set the date, let's just get it over with. I think she's tired of being in prison. I guess she realized she's never getting out. I don't know. First drink of my coffee. Ugh. I couldn't find the coffee that went in my little coffee maker. I was tearing the kitchen up going, where is it? Where is it? Oh my God, my husband put it up in the cabinet with the cups. It's right over the coffee maker. I was like, Jesus, wasting my time. Oh, oh my goodness. It is now what time? 7:59, which means it's 8:59 there. They should be starting pretty soon. Hopefully they won't be 34 minutes late today. That is so annoying to watch them be so late. And then do the sidebar. Sidebar. As soon as it starts. Sidebar. It's bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. Oh, and let me tell you what else. You know, we've been working really hard to get this channel monetized. We are only 324 hours away from being monetized. Only 324. All that takes is people to watch the entire live of the trial and then go back and watch some other live from before in its entirety. And we will be there. We will be there. I'm so excited. I'm just so excited. There's things I want to do. I know I talk about this a lot, but YouTube just limits what you can do until you get to a certain point. After that, it's a free for all. You can do as many fundraisers as you want. You can whatever you want to do, which is great. It's great. All I want this channel to do is make enough to pay its own bill to StreamYard for now until World's Way gets itself set up and be able to let us do some charity work. There are so many charities that need help. Even people within our group who run a cat group or a horse group or something, they need help. And so I want to make sure that we can give help to those people. So that's just my thought on that. This morning, I can't wait to hear the doctor get cross-examined. I think that this Dr. Setoff is going to bow down to Mr. Stompy at all. I believe he's pretty strong in his opinion and his style. I don't think that Stompy can rattle his cage, period. Now, Stompy can do a lot of the objection, that bullshit, but I don't think he's going to be able to rattle him. Let me go check something right quick, y'all. Might be over here. Hang on. Oh, God, I gotta wake up. Just any of the other ones that popped up yet. Boston 25. That's ET. Let's see. I don't want to use his. I don't like it. Now, we might want to use this one. Yeah. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch to this other feed right quick because it doesn't have all that crap on it. I don't want all that interfering with what we're doing. This is NBC News. It's a lot cleaner looking. There we go. Yeah, see, that's much better. Okay, good. I like that one much better. I don't like all those things popping up into it where you have to see that. I can kind of cover a part of the little, just like this little thing right here. I can put something over that, I think. Anyway. Let's see. Sprinkle Donut is here. Good morning, everyone, from Sprinkle. So good to see you. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's get this party started. I want to get the party going. I guess let's look at Reddit for a while we wait on them. Uh-oh, somebody wrecked their little car. I think they were test driving it. The curse is real. I'm sorry. They just caught my eye. Somebody has a car just like mine, and they were looking at it to buy it. They were doing a test drive, and they wrecked it. And he goes, "The curse is real." All right, let's look at her. That's very death-free talk. What we got going this morning? I want to take these because of the risk of rashes and fatigue. Sign me up for some ketamine. What? Ketamine can be very helpful when other treatments fail, but providers want to see a verifiable history of failures and multiple traditional antidepressants taken for months or years, not a few days. If she had been able to access ketamine, having administered in a clinic wouldn't have been good enough for her. She would have wanted to take at home lozenges. She totally gives off the addict. But, oh, score! She totally gives off the addict vibe for people want to be alone with their drugs of choice. Uh-huh. I can see that. Absolutely can see that. What do you think? Sprinkle Donut, good morning. And Leslie Cinderella from Sprinkle Donut. Okay. She does give off the addict vibe 100% to me. She's concerned about the Ativan, the benzos, right? Like sleeping downstairs. I've thought ever since I read that one of the was to drink or take benzos alone. If she'd been able to get at home ketamine, it would have been the same, taken when alone and on the fly. Extremely dangerous drug to screw around with like that. Not only does it raise heart rate and blood pressure to sometimes dangerous levels, but it's a way to easily be out of it and then start wandering around and accidentally hurt oneself potentially seriously. It can be a life-saving for people who are frankly suicidal as well as people who have exhausted all other options for treatment, resistant depression. But it's off-label use of powerful anesthetic drug, not to be taken lightly. It can destroy the bladder when abused. Even in the therapeutic doses, it can cause serious bladder problems for some people. So she just wanted to get high. That's all. Ooh, this guy's just telling it. And then the next person says, if she'd been able to access ketamine, having it administered in a clinic wouldn't have been good enough for her. Okay, so that's what he said. He goes, I just mentioned this, another comment. I did infusions at a clinic. My ears perked yesterday when the psych said she wanted esketamine. That's Spravato, a nasal spray for at-home use. Bingo! Pretty sure Spravato has administered in office under the REMS program, but that could have changed in the past few years since it was approved. A fake Afiac, it is only, the conservator's name. It is the only ketamine product FDA approved for depression, and it's only half the molecule as esketamine, not full racematic ketamine. Insurance will pay for Spravato. However, racematic ketamine can be obtained in nasal spray from forms of compounding pharmacies if prescribed by a provider, which is still off-label use and not covered by insurance except rarely and only by certain insurance companies and plans. Well, she had enough money for that. She. Honestly, as an ex-junkie who has been in recovery for well over 10 years and grew up in something very similar to Girl Interrupted, as the ward of the state, I spot a fellow manipulative junkie a mile away. That's a hell of a statement, isn't it? Lindsay Clancy wanted attention for her benzos, booze, and ketamine to have her disability paperwork filled out. Everything else has been a very convenient paper trail that has worked out in her favor. She was never going to take the Seroquel or the SSRIs because potential side effects like weight gain, especially with Seroquel, SSRIs, would ruin her beach body. It's crazy how all of these credentialed masterminds who are boasting Ivy League educations and gobs of training can't seem to figure out what is clearly right under their speculative noses. TLDR, she was drug seeking and made up excuses to not take the SSRIs because they don't get her high and they could have made her fat. Duh. Oh my God. These people are they're being pretty harsh, aren't they? But you know what? I agree with them. Is that how she's being treated now? No, she was diagnosed with bipolar 2 at the hospital in Tewksbury. And she's just getting regular medications. She's getting Zyperic or I think it's Zypernic or something like that, that is for bipolar. So I think this is interesting what they have to say. The next one says, ew, I don't take SSRIs particularly because I don't want to weight gain. Among other reasons, I think it's more suspicious the way she rejected was non-compliant with so many classes of drugs apart from benzos. If I were in her situation, I would be more desperate, obviously. The next person says, her refusing Lamisil because it might cause a rash sealed the deal for me. She was addicted to benzos. Honestly, the next person says, honestly, this is refreshing. POV LOL. I wonder why the experts struggle to talk more about her personality and seem to tap around some obvious pathological patterns in her thinking and behavior. For starters, the inconsistencies between what she was saying to different providers, family, and zero adherence to meds. Are we just supposed to gloss over that when she are we supposed to gloss over that when just screams something ain't right in the personality department? That's funny. Okay. The next person says, exactly. From seeing multiple providers claiming benzos were the only thing that helped while refusing to take the other types of medications due to side effects. Benzos have a lot of side effects too. It really does seem to be like drug-seeking behavior. She wouldn't take Lamisil because of the possibility of a rash, but kept taking the benzos despite knowing full well how addictive they are. And as a nurse, yes, she does know that. The next person says, agreed. It feels like a piece of the puzzle that is missing. Could she have been taking the benzos on the down low for longer periods of time? She herself mentioned addiction to it. I have asked that question so many times. But wait a minute. How can you be addicted to something you only took 2 weeks? Because the doctor gave her 2 weeks worth. And I've wondered that a lot about, was she getting these from someplace else and nobody knew it? Because we learned yesterday that Patrick did not even know that she had a mental health issue at all until she did this. And then he learned about the prior history of her taking drugs for a mental health issue. How about that? That tells me that she's very manipulative. I think she's very manipulative myself. Why didn't Patrick know that she had taken those before? My husband knows my whole history. I don't care how it made me look. He knows the whole thing. Because when somebody loves you, they don't care about that. They realize you were in a different life in a different time. They're cool with it. It's fine. You learned your lesson. You moved on, right? Oh, man. Good morning. Sprinkle from Leslie. All right. Let's see what else we've got going on over here. I'll tell you one thing. Well, myself and Leslie keeping it real, and even Sprinkle, we've all had a medical issue of some sort that's left us in pain management, right? And that is horrible to deal with because in pain management, they control every single thing you can and cannot do as far as what medications to take. And in Texas, they are so damn stingy with them. They are just, and I know it's because my doctor does not want to lose his license because he was an anesthesiologist first, and then he opened up his pain clinic. And he doesn't want to get his license ruined, and he doesn't want the doctors under him to get their license.
Represented by Attorney Kevin Ryan, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Hey everyone, good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, before we start, could I see everybody at sidebar?
Oh, of course. Of course, we got to have the damn sidebar. Ooh, I don't like that right there. Shit. See if I can find one that doesn't have that. Okay, here we go. Look, I'm going to change the feed right now because I found one that doesn't have anything in it. Hang on a minute, guys. Screen. Okay, is it this one? Yeah, that's it. Share. Okay, that's a nicer feed. Look, we don't have all that shit showing. Very good. Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Pad ready? Ooh, that's loud.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, and before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your evidence, and you shall be heard. Vouchsafe the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. All right. It's nice to see everybody once more unto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and where we're going to go on this. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. And then we will hopefully arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and commitment in following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, look at Stompy this morning. He's already angry. And maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know. He just looks like he's not doing well. But he is rather old. Here comes a sharp-dressed man right there. I trust him. All right, let me get this set up over here. Okay. Go sit down.
Doctor.
Go sit down, Bubby.
All right, Tree Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again,
Oh, here we go.
examination. It's leading by objector that have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase it.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there 3 parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And the third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the 3 parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand. And of course, the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The a burdensomeness. She had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first two children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so I in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was would be a burden for anyone, and certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide but struggling with that third capability issue?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is a lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful
the benzos.
for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam is not an antipsychotic medication. It's not meant to treat psychosis, make people feel more calm. It's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though voice might be saying this, there's other decision making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect, and I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar II diagnosis seemed to make the most sense given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria or many of the criteria, if she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar II, because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned the drug effects, Zoloft had an effect and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there's some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine, and she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt quite confused. So she stopped that medication.
That's because she took too many.
Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a lay person calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
If someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records, that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was, she did not, I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she never ended up taking that. But as a clinician, we do our best to try and treat symptoms.
So, Doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
Oh, gosh.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No.
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
Not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CVS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3B, and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement, and according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife, and she did not pick up. She did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond, and so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on. Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this. But by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, she was able to conform, right, to type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch, and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that the strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
To submit Dr. Satoff's CV as the next exhibit?
Any objection, counsel?
Nope.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hold on a second, Ms. Reddington. Exhibit.
This is what we have been waiting on, people. Here we go. During the break, we're going to say a prayer for Pam's friend. I have it ready to go.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by
Sorry, Zoom. You know,
by Zoom? Okay.
Television.
I thought because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
Is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
No.
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
you're getting paid, right?
No, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement?
What difference does it make?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years.
That's right.
To being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, what, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness, require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said, it's not people that go to an office or see you, even on the television, to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison, yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming month. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
I don't think so.
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when charge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
Yeah, I know that.
most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And why? Were they like thrown out of the university, or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they wanted to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe
So these
for
are
them
the
to come
students.
back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay, these are students
Correct.
in college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No.
No, you work for the school, right?
Correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
That's not right.
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present,
What an
you
asshole.
work for the United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like, they're the state prosecutors, you got federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was on the impression federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question be stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General, another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of Correction, the Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
That's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes.
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
Yes.
Former Soviet Union project of TBI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force. You're in the assessment unit.
Yes.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Georgia.
Correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes.
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
Yes.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
Yes.
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
Talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of should a behavioral analysis unit for the FA.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does it mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. And that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You can put something in the National Enquirer, or you can put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better
I don't
publication.
think the Enquirer is peer reviewed, but.
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right? And sir, that you've been in here telling
Making me laugh.
about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices, exaggerated, lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes, he's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which,
How long ago?
you know,
How long ago?
article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
My. It's getting good. Commonwealth versus Sneed. We're going to look that up. I'm telling you what, this doctor is holding his own as Stumpy over there tries to discredit him. You're not going to discredit this highly trained, highly respected FBI man, okay? He's seen a lot of things in his life. He's been doing this a long time. And we know how it goes. The Dr. Resnick and the other one were paid to play. In other words, they have to come up with a reason to excuse what she did. And I believe that's exactly what happened here. Of course, people are going to say, well, the prosecution did pay to play. No, this FBI guy is not a pay to play. He works for a damn school, a college. He's not getting paid directly for this. Now his college might be. He doesn't even know how much they charge for his service. He gets a salary and that's it. He's doing this because he was hired to do it and he had to be unbiased and fair. His decision is his decision, and I agree with him 100%. There you go. These dogs need a treat. Yeah. Come here, Trick. Come here. Come on, girl. I see you. You're just a mess. Girl. Okay. Give him a little treat this morning. You're so spoiled rotten. Here you go, girl. All right. Here we go. And quit that. That's hers. Quit being a piggy poo. There. All right.
Well, that copy is being made for the district attorney. Could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Leaving aside peer review article and the article written by Dr. Phil Resnick, sir, from papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
Using the moral situational act model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean? Levels of risk in women with extremist violence.
I think that's easy to know what he means. Jesus.
We're looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors. In other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay. Assessing, like that, using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence empirical study. Is that a similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't
Yes.
say, doesn't say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance, violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Other interest, crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Okay, no.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. One of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally, that you published 40 years ago, right?
Get down.
Yes.
Okay.
Go down. Go. Quit.
Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
Sure. I mean, you can look at me if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Application for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis guide of psychoactive drugs and poisons for the crisis negotiation unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International handbook of threat assessment, right? Yes. Protection of children during armed political conflicts, a multidisciplinary perspective, right?
Yes.
The negotiator's guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the negotiator's guide to psychoactive drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right? The negotiator's guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus?
One of them.
Correct. Well,
Okay. Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, the negotiators, and they're trying to help people that are being kidnapped
On a bridge, in crisis,
yeah,
something like that. So,
just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids. A prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
Correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abduction, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights,
What point is
religious
he trying to make?
radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the two people or so that you recall dealing with in your
Good
practice,
God.
but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated two people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all correct characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I read your resume, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients and people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients, and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
I would object. He's answered that already.
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were.
No.
Oh, was it?
In a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted it there, or were they committed to the order of the court?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So
Quick.
that has continued really throughout my career, men and women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of
Oh my God.
psychosis yesterday,
Postpartum is not an illness.
were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say? Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do a full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression? Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or birth, the DSM has a 4-week period.
Amen. Let's sprinkle amen.
Expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
Do you know?
No.
You agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology. And then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating it, indicated 15, 20 years of treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, maybe 2, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what
Hello, object.
perceives to be
God damn.
difficulties
Sorry.
postpartum. Is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check it out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off the, hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not easily, there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important.
Go
So
ahead.
it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those two drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine,
Yeah.
CARBAMEZAPINE.
Okay.
Valproic acid, VALPROIC, acid, also known as valproate, VALPROATE. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's
Okay,
all.
thank you,
Understood.
Sprinkle.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor, like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression. Years and years ago.
Postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression.
It is depression.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum
I'm
depression?
asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out
Self-report.
who are postpartum.
Looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report used by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50, or do you know what it is?
It's a 3-point scale.
And when you say
So
it's-
1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh
I
test?
don't you object. This is not about Dr. Tufts. Good God.
I know
Tufts
that
is not on trial.
Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall
Right, Leslie.
which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
Right,
from my
they
memory.
increase as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what's somebody in their system. It's a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through? The antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines are at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines. It's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can
It can be.
And is
Yeah.
that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
No.
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an
Okay.
enzyme test being available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like it costs a couple of grand.
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help in addition to blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No.
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
Correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. I pronounced that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Yes.
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
In rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal, as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It's purely up to her. I would be thinking about that answer too.
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of it, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to.
Okay, I gotta stop for just a minute to mention this, but let me tell you something. Ketamine has some of the same damn problems. It is not safe for everyone. So what makes her think if she would have done the ketamine like she wanted to, because she wants a quick fix? See, that's the deal with her. She wants a quick fix without having to go through anything else. So ketamine could have had the same result for her. Jesus, this has to stop. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
Take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience. Is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
It's her decision.
Benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, huh?
Yes.
Is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make, to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin.
He can't determine whether it was reasonable for her.
Bleeding pustules. Is it reasonable for her to say,
Damn
I
it.
don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah.
In her mind.
Certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash. In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test, for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
Is it reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just as to form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, or should you wean it off?
She never took enough of it.
In the case
God.
of the Zoloft and the severe insomnia, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes.
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
That's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's in the record, yes.
And she went pretty much immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
In your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Okay, look.
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, let's remember back to the testimony that he's not going to bring up in front of the jury right now. Let's remember back. You're saying this is October 21st. By the time she did the act, she had been weaned off of all of the SSRIs, right? So what the hell is he going on about? Jesus, stop it, stop it.
You're aware that while she's living in her house with her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No.
So
Thank
as
you.
the summer progressed, is it your
He's not
understanding
happy.
from Dr. Seidel's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were living their best life?
The summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August. Through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home, that first 12 weeks was really good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting prescriptions such as the SSRI, a 25 SSRI, increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she
Okay.
in rough shape?
Let me just say this, guys. Hang on a minute because Dr. Stompy over here is not being honest about the previous testimony. Okay? Many times Dr. Just tried to tell them, I think this is bipolar. I think we need to be treating bipolar. Both Lindsay and her husband said, no, this is postpartum. It's not bipolar. They didn't want to hear that, right? But see, I think she always had an underlying bipolar problem. Here we go. Sorry about that. I had to say it.
In October of 2022, after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this
Let me
item here. I'm just going to cut over.
hang on a second. Let me ask y'all a question. Do you find it odd that she didn't have any problems until her husband was no longer at home on baby relief? I mean, on being off for the baby. So on his 12-week leave, why in the sudden does she all of a sudden start having all these problems as soon as he's not there in the house to be monitoring everything that's going on? Please help me understand that.
Your investigation, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Right?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote during this period of time, we have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't." Did you see that?
Yes,
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
correct.
You continued to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada, yes.
Let me also ask you this. Whose choice was it to choose those doctors? She made that choice herself. She needs to take some responsibility for her choices. If you're not being treated as you think you should be, you go to a different damn doctor, don't you? Yes, you do. Damn it.
Okay. Now, in your investigation
Sorry.
of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to doctor to try to physician shop, to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Are we sure?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan and that it would have been better for her had she to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have planned? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was, Dr. Tufts,
Look how red he is.
Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and
I
Gelada.
apologize again. It's
all right.
my bad. Nurse
Amen,
practitioner
sprinkles.
Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people that, and other emergency room visits that she had, she was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, a psychiatric certainty, an expert?
That's not fair. Thank you.
Overall.
He can't determine that.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner Gelada and counselor that were in that medical field business. Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
Then she had the need to go to an emergency room, went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island,
I
right?
already know the question
right.
he's going to ask.
And she went there Like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences, or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes,
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
something like that.
And on that date, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
No.
I don't know that I would term it turned away
Did they help her?
by Dr. Diaz's notes, but
Did they help her?
pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
Her
And her
concerns.
concerns about the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms.
Right. And that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, 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 general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
Oh my God.
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about it for just a minute. You know I have to. When I'm thinking about it, I've got to get it out. He keeps going to that, trying to push it. She was turned away. It was all about too many medications. It's all about that. But the truth of the matter is, we're talking about the DSM-5 and its 4-week period. At 8 months past having the baby, they do not think that you're in postpartum depression. It does not matter what World Health Organization says, because that's not what we go by in the United States of America. Our insurance system is based off the DSM period, the end. All right.
And so in that respect, it was
Damn
not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury,
Yeah, he is.
because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment?
Damn it to hell.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that you went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from women and infants in terms of their decision making.
Okay. And women and infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
That's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to TOPS, right?
Yes.
And she did, didn't she?
Her choice.
Yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately? Is that fair?
No. She admitted she never followed the plan.
She attended her appointments. Yes.
Not just that, she attended them right away. She was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt the brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? What you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox?
Affection.
She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
Twice.
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to
Okay, so-
healthcare providers.
Finish answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprouts School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
Hang on.
Did you?
All right, hang on a minute, hang on. We have never heard that she told anybody at the Sprout School about any of this. Period. Never. Here we go.
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
And that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground. Did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Not at the
Those people
Sprouts.
that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors, that
I
to a
agree,
reasonable degree
Cinderella.
of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right? And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she meaning Tufts, was going to give her for Lamictal, and she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
She had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gillette, I already have a script, I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thought that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches to people that her healthcare providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you can form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
I I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion, as a psychiatrist, looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she'd been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated way involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma amina bulyc acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding. There's a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easier to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that where you have a back plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain? That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know.
No,
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break at this
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Please go to chairs. This way, please.
Now, okay. Now, while they take their break, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do something that I know you've not seen me do before, but I think it's important. And this is a prayer for Pam Fogle's friend. All ready? Go ahead and take a moment of silence and just listen while I read this prayer. Heavenly Father, we come together today to lift up Pam Fogle's dear friend who is fighting for their life and currently on life support. Lord, please surround them with your presence, comfort, and healing. Give strength to their body and peace to their mind. Guide every doctor, nurse, and medical professional are caring for them and give them wisdom and steady hands. Please give their family and loved ones strength during this incredibly difficult time and wrap your loving arms around them and remind them that they are not alone. Lord, we ask you to hear all of the prayers being lifted up today. If it is your will, bring healing and restoration. Give everyone hope, courage, and faith, even in the darkest moments. We place Pam's friend in your hands, Lord, trusting in your love and mercy. In Jesus' name, amen. Please keep Pam's friend and their loved ones in your prayers today. Okay, so there we go. I wanted to do that because it is so important to remind everyone that no matter what's going on in your life, you can turn to God. And you know, this country is built in God we trust, right? I mean, that's what it is. So I just wanted to bring that out for Pam today. Anyway, all right. Amen. Thank you. Amen. Thank you. Yes. But let's talk about trial as well. Oh my God, this guy, he makes me so angry. He is trying to blame everything that happened to her on Dr. Tufts. Why? Why the hell? Right? You are not alone. It's right. You are never alone here with us. Just know that. You can reach out anytime. Anytime. You're welcome. Of course. I don't know I don't even know where to go with it because he's so determined to try to run with this narrative and blame every single thing on Dr. Tufts. Just because she had been licensed or not had her practice a couple of months. But the thing he's forgetting is they go to internship and they do different parts of medical fields in the internship. And that is a couple of years. It's not just 2 months. Internship is a long period of time. It is not easy to become a doctor. It takes many years, including school, to actually get your medical license to practice, right? So I don't understand his constant badgering and blaming everything on Dr. Tufts. Lindsay Clancy is responsible for her care. She knows if she's a nurse, for God's sake, an RN. She knows if she's not getting the treatment that she wants or she thinks she needs, it is up to her to change to a different doctor. But she didn't want to do that, right? Why? Why did she not want to change doctors? Well, she had 2 doctors going. She had Dr. Gelada or Nurse Gelada and this doctor, Dr. Tufts, both at the same time, prescribing her medications at the same time. And we heard both of them say they were not aware 100% that she was going to see both of them. That is on her. Lindsay Clancy, you are responsible for your own mental health decisions. Stop blaming everyone for your choices. You made those decisions. You're the one that wanted to take ketamine because you thought it was a quick fix. That's it. She always looks for a quick fix in this. Remember back in nursing school when she actually started dating Patrick, he did not even know that she had been prescribed or taken any mental health medications until this happened. And then he learned from the medical records that she had previously been taking mental health meds. He did not even know. He did not know he was marrying somebody that had a mental health problem because she did. Anytime it got a little high stressed, she needed to get medication. And I have a sneaking suspicion, and I don't care what anybody else tells me, you cannot change my mind on this, that she had prescriptions for benzos prior to seeing Dr. Tufts, prior to seeing Gelada, prior to seeing anyone that she was getting from somewhere. But they're not going to tell us that, because if they tell us that, or they tell the jury that, they're going to think the same thing we are. Oh, drug seeking. Okay, she just wanted benzos. Why was she so afraid of being addicted to benzos if she had not been taking them for a long time? 2-week period is not long enough to get addicted to benzos, but multiple years of it is being addicted to benzos. Yes, that can very much happen. So anyway, let me move past this and we'll get on with their break that they're taking so we can be all caught up. All right, now, there we go. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? Because I'd like to hear your opinion on what you think she was doing when she was not pregnant. See. Let me ask y'all about something else while I got your attention here. How many times have you used your debit card and you all of a sudden get this fraud thing that pops up, but it happens every time it's something online? Have y'all been experiencing that? Y'all know my husband's a banker, and of course our accounts are at the bank that he works at. But for some reason, every time I use my card to pay for something online, it gets this fraud detection thing. It drives me insane. It happened again yesterday. Oh, yes, okay. And I was like, Ronnie, my husband, I was asking him, what's wrong with my damn card? Are they doing this to you? And he said, no, they don't do it to me. Why do you have such a problem? I'm like, I don't know why I have such a problem, but they are damn sure every time I use it online, giving me an issue with using it. It makes me so damn mad. It just does. So today, when we get off of here, I'm going to have to call the bank card place and talk about why are you doing this every single time I use it. Just stop it. Just stop it. You know, I have to pay for StreamYard. I have to pay for vidIQ. There's things that we use for YouTube channels that I have to pay for online. So, I mean, it's coming out every single month. Why the hell are you doing this? It just makes me mad, mad, mad. But anyway, all right. Let me check something today. Let's look at some Reddit while we wait. I would really thought by now that Stompy would be done asking questions of this doctor. He cannot trip him up, and therefore he keeps going. That's what I think. What do y'all think? All right. Okay, we're going to go back to Lindsay Clancy. Whoops. Okay, we'll go over here. Lindsay Clancy. All right. Oh my God, listen to this, listen to this. This is a long one, but it's on Lindsay Clancy. My boyfriend of 4 years baited me into forming an opinion on the Lindsay Clancy case, and now we're no longer together. Oh, my boyfriend of 4 years first introduced the case to me about a week ago, asking me my opinion of it. And I'm incredibly busy, so I have not been online enough to even have heard of it. I told him as much. A few days later, he asked again. I tell him again, I don't have enough information to form a well-informed opinion. But this time I offered to hop on the phone and have him tell me about the facts and understand them, and that with that formulate a limited opinion based on those facts. That's what we did, and I gave my opinion that I believe if she is found to have a mental or psychological impairment, that she should be placed in an institution to receive the help she needs. For however long is normal for mentally incapacitated people that commit crimes. He said he needed to think about that. A week later, he texted me asking for clarification in my stance. I reiterated that I said, and he then went on to say he needs to mull over whether he wants to have kids with someone like me. Wow. I'm going to be completely honest in saying I had never even heard of the case until he pressured me about it. But now that I've done a little research after the fact, I've since learned that men all around the nation are using this as a test to determine whether they remain with their girlfriend or wives. What the F is going on? I'm sad he fell victim to this insanity, but I'm also greatly alarmed that he fell victim to this insanity. Wow, that's incredible. The next person says, my wife thinks the husband did it and Lindsay is not responsible for this. I think Lindsay is guilty and should spend the rest of her life in hospitalization. Tonight we're going to give our dog a bath and watch TV. Our disagreement has literally changed nothing about our marriage. That wasn't your fault. Your boyfriend's unhinged. I agree with that. The next person says, I'm a 7-week-old. My husband heard this case and made sure I was doing okay and talked to my doctor. It made him realize how bad postpartum issues can be and learn more. This is the appropriate response, not testing your partner. The next one says, that's dumb, he's dumb. Be happy he showed you a way out before you got too deep into your relationship. The whole thing with this case is mind-blowing to me. So many people are looking at it as though if it were in black and white. She was suffering and told people so, but was ignored. Her husband let her and those kids down. Is it his fault they're dead? No. He sure didn't help. But he sure didn't help. That's what they're saying. Okay, personally, I would never even deign to discuss this case with my wife, as she had a similar situation happen in her family. Her cousin drove himself and his 3 kids at high speed into a rock wall, killing them all when he was suffering from a severe mental crisis. While I do believe that Lindsay Clancy should spend the rest of her life locked up and living with the regret of what she did, there are some huge extenuating circumstances behind what she did and why she did, which should be taken into account when she is eventually sentenced. The next person says, there is a whole section of the manosphere coming out and saying postpartum psychosis isn't a real thing. So that's fun. Okay. The next person says, generally, why is this case being blown up so much? This kind of thing happens all the time. It's effed up, sure, but effed up things happen every day. I don't think I've seen them latch onto anything this hard since the Johnny Depp Amber Heard debacle. And at least those two were high-profile celebrities, so the reality kind made sense. The next person says, now this is kind of a long one. The fact that people cannot understand or comprehend that she was having a full-blown psychotic episode or postpartum blows my mind. What she did was heinous and also not something she could control. She needs to be institutionalized, not punished by the justice system. I cannot understand the absolute lack of empathy people have for her. Well, we're not on your side, person. Let me just tell you that. Also, men who keep saying Also, men who keep saying her ex-husband didn't do anything wrong was a great husband. He literally left her alone with the children. She told him she was worried that she would harm, and he knew she was struggling, and he just didn't provide her with enough support or urgent psychiatric help. I find him contributory negligent. I can't believe another woman married him that quickly, looking at the big picture. All around heinous thing. You're not the first person I know to break up over though. Wow, that's a crazy thing. Okay. The next person says, you know what's wild? Lindsay Clancy herself had been told by Andrea Yates by another nurse. Told about Andrea Yates by another nurse who testified this information in court. The nurse testified that Lindsay's response to that was, how could a woman do that to her children? And started crying. So this whole moral testing BS wouldn't have been applied to Lindsay Clancy if you would have asked her the same questions a decade ago. Just go to the shows how much someone's mental health can deteriorate to a completely different person. Yeah, well, I'm not buying it. Here we go. Another person says, I am concerned about that so many people discount postpartum mental health issues and don't take them seriously. I even think that most people don't even understand that in this case, this wasn't just postpartum depression, but postpartum psychosis. Now, PPD is bad enough and a really serious issue, but PP psychosis is a whole level up. People in acute psychosis do not have the same reality that everyone else does. Their hallucinations, delusional ideals are completely real to them, and every time I've seen someone get violent or dangerous in kind, they were acting out of fear and the belief that they have to protect themselves because everyone around them tells them lies about what they know is true, because their reality is a different one. I used to work in psychiatric in a closed unit mainly for ACUT, schizophrenic, and psychotic patients. That this is now used by the right wing to promote the notion that women are all baby killers in the same propaganda department as the whole forced birth movement. The goal there is to pull young men on their side and turn women back into the control of men and take away our thoughtful rights and independent decision making, bodily autonomy, and the right to have our voices heard. This is scary shit, but every man that pulls something like this on his partner is a bullet dodge because he is buying into that propaganda that our empathy is a reason we need to be controlled by men. Now, see, I don't agree with that at all. Not at all. I'm going to be a little old-fashioned, and I'll admit to that because, I'm going to be 66 years old September the 9th. But I was raised in a very healthy environment, and, my mom worked a little bit when the kids got older. But for the most part, my dad was the breadwinner, and she mainly took care of the kids, which is the way she was raised. Okay, things have changed, I realize that. But I've always thought in my mind, if my husband is out there every day, not missing work, not drinking, not doing anything except going to work and taking care of his family, you damn right I'm going to support him at home. Even though we're empty nesters, I'm still going to make sure when he walks in that door, his dinner is done. Call me old-fashioned, I don't care. This is what I believe this is important to keep our marriage together, for me to continue to do the things I've always done. I'm not going to just stop just because our children have left the home. That's not going to happen. So, a lot of this, I just don't, yeah, you agree? Thank you, Pam. You think so too? Thank you. I just think that that's what I should be doing for him. Now, we do have a 10-year age gap. I am 10 years older than he is. Yes, you can call me cougar, call me whatever you want to. But when we first met, we worked at the same bank. And in fact, he was in my department for a little while, which is kind of weird, right? I know. But just the fact that we both had some like-minded thoughts on life and raising of children and that kind of thing. The first time he asked me to go meet his parents, I was like, hell no, you don't take a person like me to meet your parents. That's not going to happen, right? But we dated for a while, and we had a lot of fun together. We just had a lot of the same thoughts on life. So finally, I agreed to meet the parents. But anyway, long story short, then we got married, and we've had a great life. We really have. Yes, I've had some things happen that were not so good, but we've had a great life. And he supported me every step of the way. He knew when I had to have back surgery how bad it really was. He was there. You know, he did everything he could to make sure my child made it to school before he went to work and all that. So I can't fault him for anything. I just really can't. So I don't know what people expected Patrick Clancy to do. And it's hard for me to understand how, when he goes back to full-blown work after his paternity time was over, she all of a sudden had so many problems. Was it because she could not control her day? Because the kids control your day? That's just the way it is. I mean, that's life. No, you can't spend 3 or 4 hours exercising every day when you have kids to take care of. You can exercise when they're napping or while they're at school, but you can't spend all the time on yourself that you want to spend on yourself once you have 3 kids. So I don't know what to tell them. I mean, I think there's a lot of things here that they're not being honest about. But here we go. Let's see. We don't want to miss the startup. Look. Okay. What is it doing? Why is it going backwards? Here we go. The trial is in recess. We'll be right back. Yes, we will. Okay. So there. Yeah. Yes, we are watching the NBC Connecticut live feed today, and that's okay. Anyway, I don't know. Let's read some more. Get my little glasses on. We're going to go now and look at, can someone explain the Lindsay Clancy case to me like I'm 5 years old? There were 728 comments on that. From start until now, when I say all I know is her name, quite literally, she murdered her children. There's a man involved presumably by the children's father. I want the evidence and good hard facts, not anybody biased breakdown. It is giving Casey Anthony. I don't know where I've been, but I know every time I open social media, I'm presented with a new coming claims. I want to join the conversation and build my own judgment, especially because I see so many different public opinions. I try to look on her, but we're in so deep at this point, I can never scroll far enough past the constant updates. Edit. I don't know why everybody's being so rude. I asked a question and I got an answer I was looking for. F y'all so mad. Edit number 2. Thank you to everyone who has answered the question. May you all receive an extra $50 on your paychecks this week. The rest of you get nothing. Okay, so here is the answers to his question. I've been hearing that there's a contingency of people who think the husband did it, including some of my own family members. I've looked at some of the posts that they've shared to defend their opinions, but I am not seeing their evidence clearly. What am I missing? The next person says, if there was evidence he did it, her lawyer would be using it. Instead, the trial is about whether she's criminally responsible or not. Anyone saying otherwise isn't really watching the trial and just watching the 2-minute TikTok breakdowns and accusing the husband on a base of 5s. Now, the next person says there are a lot of people that insist the husband did it. It's crazy. It's like someone comes up with a theory and posts it on social media and people run with it. It blew up like crazy, and now people absolutely swear it was him, even though her own lawyer has said several times she did it. They ignore that, I guess. The way social media can influence people needs to be studied. I agree with that 100%. I do. Now, here's the next one. People will deny the most obvious truths because it feeds into some delusion or fantasy they've built up. Her own defense is in court, admitted that she physically strangled her children to death. The trial is only to establish if she was a state of psychosis, insanity when it occurred, which she was not. The reason I say she was not, psychosis is primarily defined by a person losing touch with reality so extreme they can no longer assess right from wrong. They can't foresee consequences, and they don't plan out sequences of events, which is exactly what Dr. Satoff has said. There was a sequential event. Okay. She specifically sent her husband on an errand that took him out of the house long enough for her to strangle her kids to death and then try to kill herself. That's the level of forethought and planning that someone who is psychotic wouldn't have, especially not in a criminal definition. Her doctors all said she had no signs of psychosis in the weeks before she killed her kids. And the doctors who spoke to her that day before said she had no signs of psychosis. The next person says, my question then is, if she's not insane, why did she do this? That is the question we all have, right? We all are questioning that exact question. Yeah. Her returning that phone call was very damaging, in my opinion. Oh, I think so too. Where was she at when the phone call was made? What was she doing when the phone call was made? Had she already started strangling the children, but had to stop and call him back because she realized he was going to have a problem that she did not answer the phone? Think about that. He may have been very concerned about his children, but he may have also thought, well, she would never do that. She's not that kind of a person, right? Okay, the next person says, I know it's about psychosis specifically, but I think we can all agree a healthy-minded individual cannot do what she did, so I don't know why. The psychosis theory is so prevalent in the law. Obviously, she was very ill. All the testimony says so, and so do her actions. My point simply is that a level of illness, psychosis or not, should still qualify for mental facilities versus prison as a consequence, in my opinion. I'm going to disagree with that. I am. Insanity and psychosis are not the same thing. Insanity is a legal term, and a psychosis is a medical term. You can have psychotic episodes and still understand right from wrong. Okay? The court will decide how to hold her accountable and whether or not her psychotic state qualifies as a legal insanity or not. The next person says, basically, men hating women looking for a man to blame rather than accepting that a woman murdered her 3 children. Yes, women's mental health, and particularly postpartum, is massively underfunded and probably not taken as seriously as it is, but ultimately, she murdered her children. The amount of women justifying this is wild, and I agree with that statement 100%. The next person says, it pains me how much the public lost the plot. 2 things can be true. The act is inexcusable, and if she is found guilty, it's inexcusable. Secondly, the point about women's health care and postpartum and mental health care overall for both men and women, this has shined on how bad our system is. She told everyone how sick she was, and they left her alone with the kids. She called the suicide hotline more than once. We can hold her accountable, but also discuss what we can do to change this to save lives in the future. Well, let me tell you what it's not. It's not filing a wrongful death lawsuit to gain a financial gain after she killed her children and then tries to blame it on the doctors that prescribed her the medications. You are ultimately responsible for your own mental health. If you do not feel like you're getting the appropriate help, you find a different doctor. That was totally her choice. She could have changed doctors at any time if she was not happy with the services she was getting. But all I can think about is the fact she keeps referring to ketamine, because she saw that as a quick fix to her problem. People die from ketamine every day. Yeah, they do. So it is no different than her taking that medication that could have caused this detrimental rash, this dangerous rash. It's the same thing. Any medication can cause an adverse reaction to any one person. Now, do I think that they should have done blood tests before they prescribed any medications, or should they have done the enzyme test before they gave her medications? You know what, they could have, but here's the deal on that. The enzyme testing takes a while to come back. It's not a quick testing. So if you don't prescribe her any medication and she's in the middle of all this mental illness, how are you helping her? So you can give her medication, then do the enzyme study or take a blood test or whatever to determine. Really, the enzyme test just tells the persons what medications work best for that person. And it's a godsend that my pain management clinic used for me, because they had been giving me stuff and I'm like, this just isn't doing anything. What am I taking this for? So they decided to do this enzyme test. And I was thankful that they did the enzyme test. I really was, because it helped me understand why certain medications did not work for me. And they were able to find a regimen that did work for me. So I think it's important, but it is a very expensive study. And if your insurance company does not cover that, then you will need to pay for it yourself. However, let me just say this. If you are in pain management and you have been in pain management for many years or a few years, your insurance company will cover it because they see it as a way to help you get better. Okay. All right. Let me check something over here. Yeah, let's get back up here. Whoops, come on. All right. They've not started back yet. So I don't know, guys. What do y'all think? returning that phone call. It is really quite serious. It is. Y'all come on in out of the bushes. Talk to us. Tell us what you think about the case. Give us your opinion. All opinions are welcome here and they are valued here. This is a safe space for everyone who wants to come and join. The only thing we don't tolerate are trolls or people that are talking derogatory toward any person in chat, any creator on YouTube, or the host of the show. That's it. Other than that, you're free to speak your mind about this case and what you think about this case. So come on in out of those bushes and let us know. I'm going to keep reading some of the Reddit. Okay. It's insane no one would be going this hard for a man who had a mental break and murdered his kids. Thank you. They would not. He would be not getting the same type or the level of assistance that she's getting. Okay. There is zero physical possibility that she killed 3 kids, then cut her own throat and wants to jump out a window and arrived at the hospital with a core body temperature of 82 degrees. It was 56 minutes using Patrick's timeline, from the time he left his house to the time he called 911. The temp was 39 degrees with a low of 30 that day in Boston. If the temp were 20 degrees, it would have taken an hour. She also had wildly inconsistent injuries from a second-story fall, a transected spinal cord at T6, both lungs bleeding, and a crushed thyroid. Well, now, see, I'm going to have to disagree with that. Let's see what Sprinkle's saying here. If you have a difference of opinion, come on in and change ours. Please do. Let us know what we are looking at wrongly. Come on in and tell us. It's okay. Yeah. I'm putting laundry in my car. Thankfully, my neighbor helps me. Oh, Leslie. Oh, that's right. Y'all do know. Listen, now, Leslie told us about this the other day, that she was getting a new trailer. She got to move into something new. I'm so excited for her. Listen, I've always wanted to retire and just go to tiny home or RV living. I have. I'm thinking to myself, well, number one, we don't need this house. It is way too big. We don't even go upstairs anymore. Nobody goes upstairs and uses anything. There is a theater room up there. There is a billiards room up there, but nobody uses any of it. So that is one of the reasons why we wanted to downsize. There's just too much house for 2 people and 2 dogs that don't even go up the stairs. The first time those dogs ever thought they were going to go up those stairs, and they kind of slid a little bit because the stairs are real wood flooring, it scared them enough they won't even try the stairs anymore. The trash people are running nice anyway. I think that's so wonderful for her. I'm so proud of her. Okay, now the next person says, did you miss the testimony from the various medical professionals that explained how something like her body temperature could work, or how the damage seen could be caused by the fall? Basically, body temperature is controlled by a complex system of nerves. The trauma caused by jumping out that second-story window and shattering her neck or spine messed with her system. ETA. I legitimately do not understand people who think the father had anything to do with it. What's the motive? What's the plan? Have the husband killed the kids and then have Lindsay fake a suicide so they can pin the murders on a postpartum psychosis? Why would Lindsay ever go along with that? If you take even a cursory glance at the evidence, you realize that there's no way he was involved with the killings. Wait, I thought people are saying the evidence he did it because his DNA was on the resistance bands and they were tied in a knot, similar to the ones he Googled before. I don't know. I'm just asking. Is there really no evidence on him? The next person says, also wondering how her husband could leave her alone with 3 young children on that much medication and all of the psychological issues she was having, including saying she was fearful she would harm herself and or the children. This is the next person saying, far too many women just can't fathom accountability, so they want to blame the husband. He got her a nanny and started working at home to help her out. She manipulated him to leave, which shows premeditation. If he hadn't left, the same idiots online would say he wasn't getting supplies when she needed them and blame him for that. I agree with that statement right there. That does make sense. Here's the next one. He didn't. He literally worked from home, got her nanny, did everything for her. The only reason he wasn't at home was because his wife intentionally planned a route for him to go to a restaurant and then pick up medication and check how long it would take for him to get back so she could figure out how much time she had to kill her children. He was literally trying to get her medication and food. Stop blaming the husband. Now, working from home still leaves her taking care of the kids, and they had let the nanny go, and he was still making 2-night or 4-night overnight trips away. Well, it was his job. Let's be concerned about that. It was his job. And the next one says, they let the nanny go after she decided not to go back to work. Laugh my ass off. Are we seriously going to try and say that he's a failure for not giving a stay-at-home mom an effing nanny now? Seriously? Is she just supposed to be able to bed rot all day in order for you to say he did his job? The amount of water you guys will carry for a woman who murdered her 3 children, and the lack of grace she showed to her husband, who went far beyond the norm in support, is astounding. Agreed. I agree with that. Let's see. Sprinkle Donut says, did she really think she was going to kill the children and he was going to feel sorry for her and stay with her? That rarely ever happens. Well, see, that is exactly what Letitia Stouch tried. Let's talk about the Letitia Stouch case. It's the same thing. She was angry with him because he loved his children more than he would ever love her, and she knew that. So she took the one thing away that was special to him, which was his son. And in her mind, she thought they would bring them closer together. See, he would stay with her after losing her son. But what she didn't factor into all this, because she thinks she's smarter than everybody else, was the fact that she was going to get caught so easily. He knew within the first 24 hours she was responsible for this, and he had no intention of staying with her. He did everything he could to talk to her, to get on a recorded live, to get the truth out. But she knew he was recording these calls. Letitia Stouch is a whole nother type of case, and it needs to be studied. She is a effing sociopath, period. Period. Here's the thing about her. She also has those deep, dead shark eyes, just like Lindsay Clancy. A lot of us creators have talked about that fact and the deep, dead shark eyes. So just go back and look at Letitia Stouch a little bit, and then come back over here and look at this. Now, here's the thing about this. Let's talk about the postpartum period. The World Health Organization, the DSM-5, I mean, all of this discussion about postpartum periods. That's kind of important. But really, yeah. Ugh, I hate Letitia. I hate Letitia too. She is look, hate is a very strong word, and I know that. She's one of the few people I can say I absolutely hate. I hate what she did to that child because it was extremely cruel. Worse than what Lindsay did. What she did was worse. She killed that child 3 times. She did 3 different things, and any one of them would have taken his life. There was no need for it. And then the hiding and the lying. I mean, good God, right? I don't know. Let me keep reading some of this Reddit while we wait. The show's coming back any minute now. Let me go check our feed. See how sometimes it doesn't stay up? It's not, it kind of lags back. Let me fix that. Okay, here we go. All right.
That is significant in terms of psychosis when it's too high. We need it, but and the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, enhancement with the
You mean prolactin?
prolactin, the enhancement of the GABA activity, that that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Like mood symptoms
Okay.
can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say it's possible.
And that would relate to the capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about, the intrusive, hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No, it depends on the timing. If you're talking
Is the answer no?
at 8 months,
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead, next question.
So, did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that?
When her husband put her on the ground?
Yeah,
Yes, or something to that effect.
something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with a broken neck and the slashes and the slits?
Yes, I did.
Her response to Patrick's comment, what did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. You've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay. So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, with a key.
And there was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room on the
Describe the room
on the floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob, if you know?
I don't recall.
Do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like, you know, where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops, drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think you used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine tumbler.
Thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
I mean, there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medication, whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me, yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after painful questioning that they were crushed, and you agreed that they were crushed, wouldn't it be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there
A
a
residue
on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in terms
Well, if I
of.
tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick, and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? if you know. You told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Okay, it's not up to him to test.
Read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes,
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she knew at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family, is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How'd she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them. They
Next.
stayed at the house, didn't?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No,
They came back and forth.
back and forth. Well, they stayed, about 1, 2, 3, about 3, 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my
yes?
recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think
Oh, what the hell?
Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
no.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Jesus Christ.
Given the prior text that they showed to her
Okay.
mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that. That was not what happened when she sent a picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother? Did you talk to her?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the
Miss,
district attorney call him up?
I asked Miss Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband. and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I,
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her? Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
Oh my God. How
She told me
disrespectful.
that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. Did you do that? Reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
God dang.
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Attorney Sprague.
Oh my God.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or the cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting records, doing videotaping, making a to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigations, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative?
Yes.
She was polite?
Yes.
She was pleasant?
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, basically lying, as you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
No.
I didn't use
That's
those
not what
words.
he said at all.
You're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
That's not what he said.
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer is
hallucination.
yes. Excuse me.
Yes.
The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, you know, a guy gets hurt in a truck and then they end up in interviews, guys like you, to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by a neuropsychologist to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that, as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun, did not have any evidence at all that she was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many he sees all people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing of his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever, and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said, it was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you, your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong, you're telling the jury in Dr. Satoff's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry, I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is it consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Dr. Resnick did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that learned treatise? Yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just if some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior, would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical? Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. You know who authored it, read it, all that. Okay?
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. So, if we can share that.
Do you want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay. All right. Would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number 1. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
All right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head are auditory hallucinations are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time. That they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internal located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
Auditory verbal hallucinations.
and externally located voices are atypical. He cites a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, he then says, the largest study on this question, Kathy Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, whenever they were in med school, we taught that too.
Yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did?
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination, voice, deep male commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition or psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
Okay, the key words were maintain control. Okay, as I've always said, with Lindsay Clancy, there is a control issue. When things get out of her control, she becomes unable to handle it. You have to be a very controlled, disciplined person to exercise to the extent that she exercises. That is not something you do willy-nilly, right?
Would you agree, sir, based on your investigation, police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed, that in fact on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan, and after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Absolutely.
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yes. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, now the
Attorney Smith.
prosecution gets to go back. Called rebuttal.
Sir, you were asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there, and I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment, and the like, gathering information. So really, treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yeah.
And how often have you done that?
I'm going to object. I didn't ask whether he said two already. He's already said twice.
No, he said, postpartum is what he said.
Since 1992,
Yes.
so 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things. So they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances, and generally they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written?
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients present?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered. Her child decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, and she was so distressed about that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was somewhat a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor,
sorry.
in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum and focusing on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospital, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients. And it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerium, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state mental and
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well,
it.
let's hear the question first, and then I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection. Overruled. I'll allow that, if you know that, Doc. Okay.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
And doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page, it's just been marked in exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams.
And do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient, being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know and say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense still asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And she was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think, in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
You notice we haven't seen any tears.
Defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she'd only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that When Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Gelada, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly. And she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried, did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tufts' method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It was a difficult time, particularly as she got older because of COVID. But she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tufts, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it, that Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice, really perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increase to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think, maybe 5 days taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tufts tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tufts assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft, and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines, or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
All right. We can see counsel. I just want to put something on the record. Counsel.
Good God. And here we go again. I know why she's asking these questions, because she is touching on the things others did not talk about, and that's the fact that she did not take the prescriptions as prescribed. Period. That is why she's asking him about this. And you know what? Now it's 1 o'clock, which is their lunchtime. So I think they're going to come back and go to lunch and then come back and ask this guy some more questions. Really? Okay, coming back. Oh, we're going to finish. Yay.
And so, doctor, if you could continue your answer.
Well, just for a second, I just wanted, so members of the jury, we're going to go a little past the 1 o'clock, the usual time of the break here for certain scheduling reasons, okay?
So if you could just summarize briefly what you said, that you thought that Dr. Tufts' approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails, communications with between Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns, in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital, and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs: an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program. And the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs.
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that, and I would just like to approach also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes. And if you could just review this note here and then look up when you're finished. Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these 2 pages, 45 and 46, the next exhibit. They're apart from exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197. You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation, a postpartum period, and it may be the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1-month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels and an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself."
Yes.
And did he then say where are the kids? And she said they're in the basement.
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
Boy, he is trying everything to stop her from looking guilty.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read. I tell him what he wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
Oh my God, it's a fair question. Absolutely a fair question. That was his expert, not the state's expert, and then his expert wrote that in part of the papers that he writes on malingering. This is getting so damn ridiculous out of Stompy. How many times did I say, oh, you ought to object to prosecution, but they never objected because they knew that he was going to find a way to get the information in there. They just didn't bother, right? Yeah. Have I missed a lot of Stompy? No, not really, Sprinkle. He's just, what you mostly missed, and please go back and watch this later, is his cross of this particular doctor, Dr. Sadoff. I mean, he was very aggressive toward Dr. Sadoff. He didn't like what Dr. Sadoff had to say. Again, Pam, again. I think the line of questioning has perfectly failed. He wants to use Dr. Resnick as the expert. Well, then, if you've read the expert's work, tell us what you got from it. Tell us what you understand the red flags were per Dr. Resnick. I mean, these guys write so many different papers on so many different subjects that have been, put in so many different records and so many different magazines and recognized by other peers, etc. You cannot possibly remember every single thing that you have read that this person has written. Of course he does. You're right, Pam. Absolutely correct. Have y'all noticed? No tears, no tears. They've talked about strangulation. They talked about how she did it. They talked about what she used. No tears today.
Members of the jury, that last answer, I think, as I said, was stricken. Okay. Yeah, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked about trying to do collateral interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you? And her response to that email was, "I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Satoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him." Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware
Well,
that
okay.
it was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people? So, thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, doctor. Let me
Thank
sit
you.
down. Thank you.
Well, okay. I think we're going to go to lunch now. Damn.
Attorney Sprague?
Come with us.
All right.
Okay.
Members of the Commonwealth is now rested their rebuttal case, so you have the evidence. All right, and so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right, and tomorrow morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and the legal instructions in the morning, and then the jury will begin deliberating. All right, so that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so you now have heard all the.
Okay, I am not going to disconnect our feed. I'm going to wait and see if we get to hear the discussion about what should be in the jury charge and what should not be in the jury charge. They started talking about this the other day, and there was a whole fight about whether influence from drug or alcohol should be part of the jury charge, intoxication. So we're going to hold on for a little bit, okay, guys?
Evidence for the first time, I can say that you've heard all the evidence, but you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right. So those instructions that I gave you for the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right. Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. and keep an open mind. All right, come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right, and so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section, so we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if it's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors, notebooks, next one.
Woo. They've got some really bad audio today. Her attorney is so sympathetic toward her. It's almost sickening, to be honest with you. And look, there's Dr. Halpern, Dr. Zeisel. They're still here. They're paying attention.
Session.
Oh, yay.
All right. What I thought we'd do is maybe I'll hear from the defendant in regards to any motions at this point. Then we can take a break, probably till about 2:30. Come back, do the charge conference. Before you leave, I have that draft so you can impose on your lunch hour. You can be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it and waive argument.
Okay.
We'd object to the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so
Hallelujah.
we'll be in recess till 2:30. And if counsel can just wait, and I'll get those copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
All right.
Now, okay, guys, hang on. Now, we know that they're going to come back at 2:30 for their charge conference. But what we don't know if they're going to allow it to be shown to the public. That's something we just don't know yet. So all I can think about doing is maybe logging off for it's 12:31 here, which means it's 1:31 there, or 1:21 there. So 1:20 is almost an hour and 9 minutes or so is how long they're going to be out. We can do one of two things. I can play one of my videos from something else while we wait, or I can shut it down and then come back if they're going to show show the jury charge. I mean, y'all kind of tell me what you would like for me to do while we wait, because just like last time, we almost closed down and then we realized, something else is going on, and we had to come right back because they did talk about the jury charge in front of everybody. So what I'm leaning toward is just playing one of my old lives for this hour and 9 minutes. We can all go do whatever it is we need to do. Just let it play, and then coming back at 2:30 and looking or watching to see if we get to see the jury charge conference. If they don't cut the feed, that tells me we are going to get to watch it. So hang on a second. Okay. See, this makes me think that we are going to get to watch it because they still have this on. If they were not going to show it, then maybe it would be cut. I'm not sure. But I think we will get to watch it. So I'm going to just play something I have done earlier, and we'll just leave it up, and then we'll come back at 2:30 and reconvene and watch the jury charge. I think it's going to be really good today. All right, hang on, guys. Let me just play something. I'll find something. Let's see. What do we want to watch? Let's find an old live that we've done. Okay. What about videos? What about something that's about 30 minutes or so? Hang on a second, guys. I'm going to see if I can find something. These are rather short. Hang on, guys. All right, now. All right, I have found something we can watch. It's about 45 minutes or so, which works out great. Yeah. I thought the lawyer said see you tomorrow. Well, he did to the jurors, but or Lindsay. The Lindsay may not be participating in the jury charge. I mean, because we still see the live feed on, it tells me I think we are going to get to watch it, Cinderella. I don't want to cut it off and then we miss something because then we'll be mad at ourselves. So I'm just going to play something for about 45 minutes and then we'll come back, reconvene, and if we get to watch the jury charge, we get to watch it. So let's just look at it like that. But what I am going to share is Gypsy Rose and Nick Godejohn. This is something I did that's about 45 minutes long. It's a little older, but you might enjoy listening to this. Okay. Here we go. It's 34 minutes. Nick and Gypsy Rose Blanchard, that's the real Gypsy Rose Blanchard. What you're seeing her do today with Ken and Aurora and all that is not the real Gypsy Rose. That is the pretend person that she thinks that she needs to be. Because here's the one thing we do know about true psychopaths and sociopaths. They don't really have empathy, sympathy, or any of the normal feelings that we have. So what they do is they watch other people and then they do what other people do. They mimic other people so that they fit in. That is what they're doing. And that is what she's doing right now. Now, Nick doesn't have to worry about that because he's over there in prison. Do I think he deserves in prison? No, I really do think I believe he needs to go to a mental institution. He should have been in a mental hospital to begin with, not really prison. He and Gypsy both should have been in a mental hospital. They are both deviant. They both are mentally deficient. They both live in a world of fantasy. They both have the exact same personalities, but one is a man and one is a woman. That's it. I don't know if, hey there, Fandom Mom. Oh, good to see you. Hello. Thanks a lot. I just jumped on. I didn't advertise or anything because I was watching this Nick Godejohn, some more of the videos on YouTube. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, this is a very, very dangerous person. Listen carefully to what he's saying. It's very, very apparent. It's just, no, he can never walk among us because now if you listen to, you should go watch my show from yesterday on Little Red. My show talks about when he and Gypsy are talking amongst each other and he makes this video. He talks about when we do our grape crime together. Okay, that's what he says. It's exactly what he says. When we do our grape crime together. It is amazingly scary that anybody would think like that. Because, I mean, again, that's the real him. That's him speaking the truth. That's him being himself up there in his mother and father's attic or wherever, in his room in their house, just being him, just saying and doing whatever he wants to do. And nobody says a word. Nobody notices. Nobody cares. I mean, here's the thing. Gypsy Rose is telling him all of these things that, of course, that he wants to hear, and he's telling her all these things that he wants her to say. But in reality, they're exactly that. This is them, 100%. This is them. Think about it. Pay attention to it. And I'll tell you another thing about people like this. They always do repeat. That's right. They repeat a crime. It might not be the exact same crime, but it's on the same level. Because once again, when you have people with this mind, the mindset they have, they cannot live amongst us normally, right? See, Gypsy, when she did not get her way out of it was, well, I'll just take her life. And then she cons Nick into doing it. It wasn't hard to con Nick because he had the sick mind anyway. So that was pretty easy. right? And watch what Gypsy's doing right now. Gypsy is a danger to herself and others. Here's another thing to think about. Gypsy Rose Blanchard, you have one child. It is rumored that she's pregnant again, okay? Think about this. If you're out there in the weeds, just come on in to say whatever you want to say. I don't care, you know. I'm pretty easy about this. If anybody wants to come up, just let me know. I'll let you join in. It's fine. I'm very, very easy about letting people have their own voice. Say what you need to say. If you think I'm wrong, that's okay too. I'm fine with that. But the thing about this is they will continue their behaviors. They don't change. See, they just hide amongst us because, again, they've learned how to mask it. They've learned how to mimic other people so that they fit in. A really good book that I read to my group was Memoirs of a Sociopath. If you have not watched that, maybe you should go watch it on my channel. And she talks exactly about this, about how they mimic other people so that they do fit in. Okay. It's an amazing situation. I never really believed that Nick was treated fairly until I saw these videos. This tells me everything I need to know. I hope you go watch Into the Weeds podcast. Yes. Hey, Sage, good to see you. Hey, Byron, good to see you too. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you so much. These people, they cannot be in the world with us. Gypsy Rose does not belong in the world with us. I don't mean to lose my train of thought, but sometimes I just get a little sidetracked there when I'm thinking about these things. They're just dangerous. Both of them are very dangerous. Oh, here's where I was going with this. Gypsy Rose Blanchard is not even thinking about what's going to happen when her child goes to school. Because let me tell you something. Children are cruel, not because they want to be. They're just brutally honest. See, children do not know how to lie. They are taught how to tell lies. You're not born into this world knowing how to lie. That's not how it works, right? So what's going to happen is she's going to send this child to school, and then some mother's going to say, what's her name? Oh, Aurora Urca. Can Aurora Urca come over and spend the night with us or whatever? And the mother will start thinking, because she'll remember this, especially, she lives in Louisiana. Oh, Urca. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't her mother Gypsy Rose Blanchard? Hell no, she can't come spend the night with us. She killed her own mother, her and Nick Godejohn. And what do you think that child's going to go back to school and say? That child's going to go back to school and say, oh, I'm sorry, you killed your mama killed your grandma. You can't even never come over to our house. And then every other child's going to hear this, and it's going to go on and on. You see, she has created generational trauma for the rest of her child's life. It will never be forgotten. What is out there on the internet is out there forever. Remember that, guys. It's out there forever. No matter what you say, it's out there forever. So just think about that. Now, as we talked about Nick Godejohn and how people perceived him versus how he really is, that's a huge red flag right there. Please go back and listen. What I love to say, oh, just only watch my channel. No, I want you to please go out and watch Into the Weeds podcast. I want you to watch every one of these videos put out that Nick Godejohn has put out, because what he talks about, the real Nick Godejohn here is going to shock you to your core that people like this exist in our world. They do. They're out there. They're among us. In fact, 1 in 25 people is actually a sociopath. We also learned that from our book, Memoirs of a Sociopath. That's the one thing I like to do on my channel is talk about, on my YouTube channel, is talk about the psyche of people. Hey there, Apple, Apple user. How about that? Good to see you. Thank you for coming on. I like to talk about the psyche of people and what drives a person to do the things they do. You have people that, are either some of it's trauma, some of it you're born with. It's true that hey, the Benton Walker, hey, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. People repeat what they see. Children are precious assets. And if you're not living right, you're teaching them to not live right. Always remember that about children. They're little sponges. They just pick up everything you're doing. Hello there. Good to see you, I'm sorry, let me get my glasses. Mer, 388, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. I know I never come over onto TikTok. I really should come onto TikTok more. I I just kind of get lost in time, and I don't come over enough. I really should, but I was talking about our children are little sponges, and they suck up everything we do. Whatever they see you doing, they're going to do. If you are a bully, you're going to raise a bully. The cycle just continues. So I was talking about my channel and what I like to talk about as far as the psyche of people. Now let's look at, here's another thing to look at. Here's one of my other things that I talk about all the time. And again, it comes back to sociopaths or psychopaths, their behaviors, their grandiosity, these kind of things. Look at, this is a perfect example. Look at Mandy Well. She calls herself a prophet. She's over there on, it's called Seeking Heavenly Things or something, Seeking Heavenly Things. It's over there on YouTube. I'm sorry. She calls herself a prophet. Now, let me tell you something. She's not a prophet. She's no more than, she's just like Chad Daybell. These people get into their mind that they're this, that, or the other, and then they go out there and they're just telling you these things all the time about, believe me, believe me, believe me. No, it's all fake. It's all false. She's not preaching the Bible. I have called her out many times on my channel. I talk about her a lot because I just can't believe that people are allowed to be on platforms giving people ideas that are going to cause themselves, because they don't realize what they're saying. I mean, they're very vulnerable. People are very, very vulnerable. And so what you have is like the most vulnerable people listening to these things and thinking that, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Let me tell you something. These people on YouTube will take your last dollar and they don't even care. Thank you for this super chat. Thank you for this. Thank you for that. They don't care. It doesn't bother them. But then you have the people watching these people who think that they're going to have some kind of friendship with these people because they're over there paying them money or they're joining their they have memberships, all these kind of things. But generally, people like Mandy Ralph, I think her name is now Mandy De La Pera. And if you go watch her live, she'll tell you it was ordained that she left her husband. She's another psychopath. She's no different than Gypsy Rose Blanchard or Nick Godejohn or Chad Daybell or Lori Vallow, Adam Montgomery, Chris Watts. The list goes on. Letitia Stouch. The list goes on. They're all the same. They're all from the same. They all have the same mental illness. See, I mean, oh Lord, I could go on and on about that. But when you think about what a sociopath is or what a psychopath is, I'm gonna just share a little bit with you. Okay, so all of these people, just go watch. They have lack of empathy or remorse. They cannot understand or care about others' feelings. They have no guilt for hurting other people. You can clearly see that by their actions, how they acted afterwards. They have no guilt. They don't care. Manipulation, deceit. They use charm, lies, or intimidation to exploit others for personal gain. You see that? Gypsy has not one thought about what she has done. She does not care. She did not care when she was doing it. She did it anyway. She knew she was wrong. I'll tell you something else about Gypsy. Just quickly, I'm going to say this. Right, wrong, and different. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's okay. I understand. I do. Her dad over there, Rod. That's right. I'm talking about Rod. He is responsible for some of the things that's happened to Gypsy Rose. He did not care. He walked away. He just paid his child support and called that good enough. Okay. He was not really in her life. It's not Christy's fault. That's Rod's fault. Think about that. Please think about that. Also, we were talking about, psychopaths and sociopaths, their impulsivity. They all are very impulsive. Hey, Mr. Morris, so good to see you. Hello. Good to see you. They are all very impulsive. They act without thinking of consequences, leading to job loss, relationship endings, or risky behavior. You can see that, right? Aggression. They all have a very aggressive behavior, bullying, physical violence, and exhibiting verbal abuse. It's all over them. Irresponsibility. They fail to meet obligations, whether it's work, financial, or they often break laws, and they continue to break laws. They will break the laws over and over, see, because they do not have guilt. They do not have empathy. They do not have normal feelings that we have. We don't understand that because we are not them and we cannot think like they do. most of us anyway. They're very superficial people. They appear charming but lack genuine emotional or depth of attachments, right? Now there's a difference, a little bit of a difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. Sociopaths often sense a more tied to environment causes like it's from trauma and characterized by impulsive erratic behaviors, where a psychopath is believed to have a stronger innate biological root, with individuals often being more calculating, predatory, or appearing more normal, but still lacking the conscience that we have, right? That is that mimicking. That is that mimicking how they think people, how they mimic what other people do so that they fit in. So you don't notice that there's something not right about them until something happens. And then you have to address it, right? Causes and treatment. Here's something else. Causes: genetic predispositions, brain injuries, and significant childhood experiences like abuse or neglect. Now, for Nick Godejohn, he was born with the cord wrapped around his neck. So yes, he has brain injury. Yes, he does. And he also has other disorders. Okay. But Gypsy Rose, she also was born with a disorder. Remember that? She has chromosomal disorders. So again, they both have those two together, which is who I really started talking about to begin with, are two of the same. They're both two of the same. There's really no treatment. Okay, you can do therapy, but there is no real treatment, sadly, for these people. You know, they can go to court-ordered treatment, or they can go to mental hospitals. They can get on medications, all this, but there really is no treatment. Just remember that when you're dealing with somebody who's a sociopath or psychopath, there is no real treatment. They will always be what they are. They do not change. They cannot change. Okay. So when you talk about your sociopath, they are often linked to an antisocial personality disorder. And I want you to think about those people that we have been talking about. Your Lori Daybell, your Chad Daybell, your Chris Watts, your Letitia Stouch, your Nick Godejohn, your Gypsy Rose Blanchard, and the list goes on. See, they all, you can, if you step out of the situation and you just look at it like you've never seen them before and you start listening to what they say, you realize exactly what they are, because all of a sudden you notice, hey, something's not right here. Listen to them. Something's not right, right? So it's here's the situation. How do you handle a sociopath? This is the best way to deal with a sociopath. When you realize that, hey, I think it's Sade. Nice to see you. Thank you. I see somebody else has joined, but I do not speak your language, so I do not know what your name says. Hello to all. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it so much. Please share this if you would like to. If you can, share it out, please. I appreciate that. I know I need to come on TikTok more, and I will. But when you're dealing with a sociopath, it involves protecting yourself by setting boundaries. You have to have boundaries with these people. Hey, Ling, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. You're going to get hurt. If you don't set the boundaries, you're going to get hurt. Okay. You have to minimize your emotional engagement with them. You have to document your interactions. Focus on, you got to watch their actions, not their words. Watch their actions, because remember, they're going to say the things that they think they need to say because they mimic other people so that they fit in, right? You got to build a strong support system and limit or cut your contacts with them. If you're in a relationship, hey, Raw Dog Jay, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you think they are a sociopath or psychopath, stop. You're going to get harmed. Get out of that relationship. Take care of yourself. Okay. They are very manipulative, and they are not going to change. Always remember that they're not going to change. So yes. Hey, Linda Hook and Finn. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. These are very serious, disorders that you're going to end up hurt. See, the people who get involved in these relationships with these people and they don't know that's what they are very, they become part of the trauma. See, and then they need help because they've been bamboozled basically by these people. So please be careful. Please pay attention to the people you surround yourself with. Don't get involved with people like this. You need to think about how this affects you. And the one thing you don't do, listen, I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an attorney. I'm just a person who have watched this go on and on and on, and it concerned me very much so. You don't want to ever have children with people like this, because at some point you're going to have to explain to these children What's wrong with that other parent? How do you explain that? How do you explain not seeing those red flags before you had that child? Think about that. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that. Also, it's such a it's such a huge problem that people don't ever see. You just don't see it until it's too late, right? It's okay to say no to people. It really is. Protect yourself. Just protect yourself. Say no. You don't have to be with friends with everybody that reaches out to you. No, you don't have to. It's okay. It's okay. But here's another thing that happens with these type of people. All right. And this is going strictly back to Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell. Now, hang on just a second. I'm going to pull something up really fast. Lori Daybell, I want you to think about her for a second and what she did. Now, she is just like, hey, Angel, nice to see you. She is just like Mandy De La Para or Mandy Ralph, this other person that is a false prophet over there on YouTube under the name Seeking something. What is it? Seeking Heavenly Things. Seeking Heavenly Things is the name of her channel. Okay. So those two are the same. You know, they're over there preaching some fake gospel and then claiming it's from the Bible. No, it's not. See, Chad Daybell he made his own religion. I want y'all to think about this. Chad Daybell took parts of the Bible, parts of the Mormon book, and he made his own religion. And then he found very vulnerable people that he could pull in there with him as the leader of these people. It is a cult, right? Mandy De La Para, she is a cult leader. There are people that are following her. It's crazy. You just can't do that. Hey, Angel, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. You know, I want y'all to really sit back and I want y'all to think about these people and how we found out about them and the things they did. And when did you actually realize there was something wrong with these people? It was too late, wasn't it? Because nobody paid attention to what these people were doing until they did until they took lives and they could not take that back, which is a damn shame, really. None of those people deserve to lose their life. None of them. But when you're dealing with sociopaths, psychopaths, it's going to happen. Somebody is eventually going to lose their life. You cannot be around people like this. They cannot be around people like us. They can't be out in the real world. Okay. They just can't because you can't fix them. There is no fixing these kind of people. So, I mean, Lori Daybell, yeah, she was a cult mom, right? Exactly. She was a cult mom. Look at poor Colby. Colby Ryan is an example of a child who went through hell and is on his way back. He's finding his way back. Bless his heart. He is so strong. I'm so happy to see him doing so well. And I love seeing his YouTube channel exploding like it is. He deserves peace in his heart. Okay. After all he went through. He could see the red flags coming up. Look what happened to her husband. He could see the red flags coming up, but nobody listened. Poor Charles Vallow. He tried to tell them over and over, but nobody listened. See? And that's the problem. People don't listen until it's too late. Don't let that happen to you, right? The problem with Lori and Chad is just like Nick and this comes back to just like Nick and Gypsy over here. You have the perfect storm. You have two psychopaths that have come together. They get it in their mind that they are something they are not. And then the end result is people die. Now, Lori Daybell herself cannot take it back. She cannot change her way. She can never come out and say, oh, I was just joking. I didn't really mean that. Or I wish I wouldn't have done that. She can't say that. She's stuck with it now. Because if she ever changes her way of thinking and says something to anybody, then everybody will know she's full of shit. She has to keep up with the lie. Now look at Chad Daybell and his letters. Let's talk about those letters that he put out on YouTube or he put it out on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. And then everybody talked about them. See, those letters were nothing more than another manipulation by Chad. At this point, he's trying to manipulate people to think that he is not guilty of anything he did, that this was all Lori and Alex, that he was just pulled into it by mistake. No, he was the damn leader of it. We all know that. You cannot change him. You cannot change what we think about you, Chad. It's over. We see what you are. We saw what you've done. You're staying in prison. You're not getting out. See, they all think, listen to Lori. Oh, we're going to get out of prison, blah, blah, blah. This was all, all ordained. Think about that. Just like Mandy De La Pere or Seeking Heavenly Things or whatever she calls herself now. Oh, it's ordained. It was supposed to be this way. No, bullshit. Wrong. You're wrong, right? These people prey on you. They prey on your feelings. Even though they don't have any, they know how to prey on you. Don't let that happen to you. Stay away from them. The first red flag you see of somebody, run like hell. Don't look back. Okay. I didn't even really mean to come live. I just kind of jumped on thinking, you know what? I saw this thing with Godage on here, and it absolutely changed my mind. Because at first, when I first heard about this case, I always thought that he was put there by mistake, that he belonged there, that he wasn't really guilty, that he was trapped into this. Hell no, he wasn't trapped into this. Go back and watch. He's just as deviant and sick as she is. Just like Lori, just like Chad, just like Chris Watts, just like all of them. They're all the same person. They just look different, but they do the same things. What you see is not what you're getting, okay? Don't buy it. That's what I'm going to say. Don't buy it. But anyway, I just want to hop on for a minute and talk about that for a minute because I'm just so, it opened my eyes a lot. Seeing this opened my eyes a lot. I hope it opens yours to go back and watch that. Please go back and watch Into the Weeds podcast. Go watch their videos of Gypsy and Nick Godejohn. Form your own opinions. Come back and tell us what you think after you've watched it. You may agree or you may disagree with me. I'm not sure, but I would love to hear everybody's opinions. So if you ever want to come on live and talk about it, just let me know. You can DM me or whatever. I'm fine with it. Also, please go watch my YouTube channel if you get a chance. I mean, hey, Ego, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. My channel is not, I will tell you, my channel is not for everybody because I'm not over there talking about, missing children or things like that. I'm over there talking about your mind, the psychopaths, the criminality, what makes people do the things they do. Who are they really? Hey, Pork Chop, nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. That's what my channel is about. It's not about true crime. It's not about, it's just not about all the popular things. And sometimes people do not like what I have to say about true crime cases. I'll be honest with you right here. Here's one of them. And I actually did lose subscribers on my channel for saying it, but I felt like it needed to be said. Everybody just danced around it, but nobody said it. Why? Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. That case is a mess. Now, let me tell you something. You have all of these people over here making up stuff, saying all this stuff, saying they heard it from this person, they got it from that person. But here's the thing. If you did not hear it from law enforcement, then it is not a fact. Law enforcement is never going to give away their whole case. They're just not going to. Think about that, okay? They're not going to give you the facts. They're not going to come out here and give you updates about what they have found and what they have not found. Here's the thing. You get one chance to prosecute people for what the crimes they have done. You are not going to blow it by giving your information. Hey there, Morris. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. You're not going to, hey, Ty Sticky. Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much. You're not going to give away your case by going live and giving updates on what you have found or what you have not found. That's not going to happen. Law enforcement does not owe the public anything. They have one job to do, and that's find the child. And then the second job is to prosecute whoever did whatever to the child, if that is the case, right? Now, yes, when we don't have any facts, our mind just puts a story together based on what we've seen that makes sense to us. And then you begin talking about it. And that's how some of these things happen. Hey, Jared, good to see you. Thank you. That's how some of these things get put out there, is because people form these opinions in their mind and they just start saying it. Now, I'll tell you something else, and this is very unpopular, but it's okay. Either you like it, you don't like it, you may agree with me, you may not agree with me, and that's okay too. It's okay for us to all have different opinions. It really is. And in fact, if we didn't, we have to all have different opinions because we can't all be the same people. Think about that. So As far as the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case, one of the worst things that happened in this case was for at night pretend intelligence agency to get involved. That's right. I called them pretend. They have changed their names several times. They are not what they claim they are. And in fact, they have invented many different narratives to fit into some little story that they're trying to make happen in this case that's not even true. I want y'all to think back of when the case first started. And, it took me a minute to realize that they were not what they said they were, right? You had to pay attention. You had to watch. You had to listen. And then I decided to do a little investigation on myself into their company. And then I realized exactly what they were. Now, number one, they started out hard on the parents, on Katie and on Chris Proudfoot. Started hard on, well, y'all did this, y'all did that, y'all did this, y'all did that. Oh, then they made up all these billboards. They were not real billboards, people. They were just on X. They were just AI made up and put out on X or YouTube only. They're not really out there, right? Hey, Bob, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. The next thing they did was they started on, oh, well, he's been taken across the border. He's been taken to Mexico. He's been taken here. He's been taken there. And then the next thing we saw them do was, oh gosh, he's been seen in Tel Aviv. We have people going over there, and you see pictures of some child that looks nothing like Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And then the next thing we saw was, oh, there's a ransom note put in some creator's chat by we don't know who. I suspect that I know who did it, but it wasn't a real ransom note. It's crap. It's garbage. Okay. Then the next thing we know, now they've changed their narrative again to it's a third party. A third party was involved, and he was just taken to it from his house. Right? See, you can't be all of those things. You got to make up your mind at night. What are you going to claim happened to him? It can't be all of them. You got to stop this garbage. The thing is, because of their involvement in all the things they have said and done, people now do not trust law enforcement. So now we have a situation where there are creators claiming, and this is unpopular, I'll be honest with you. Hey, Mostly Skinner, so glad to see you. Thank you. It's very unpopular. People do not like what I have to say about these people. But they have put a narrative out there. Hey, Dream Girl, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. That Ellie is lying to us. That there is some big master that scam going over there. That it's involved with mortgage fraud. It's involved with this. It's involved with that. No, hell no, it's not. That's all bullshit to keep people coming back into your lives on YouTube. None of that is true. The only thing that we know that is fact about that case is the last place he was seen was at his home with his mother, period. That's the end. That is the last thing that we have seen. No, Ellie is not turned loose of any of their recordings that they received after from the neighbors about what happened. They're not letting that go. The only people that have released recordings that they went out and got was at night, right? Okay, so think about that. So you see all this stuff, and it's just little pieces, parts, just released. You see little things chopped up, just released, to fit their narrative, whatever their narrative is that week. So, again, you got people misleading you about a situation that should never turn. The misinformation has just turned the case into a damn circus, and it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, that's another thing that people don't think logically, and that's a shame because everybody. Hey, Angel, nice to see you. People want to see the child found. I want to see the child found, but all this other garbage put out to keep people coming back, to sound important, to make it look like you know what's going on, to make it look like you're in the know. It's just for clicks, likes, and views. It's not real, people. Think about that. Think about the logic. Think about why people, again, it's the psyche of people. Why are you saying and doing the things you're doing, right? They're all the same anyway. I just wanted to stop by for a minute. If you get a chance, please go watch my channel. Please go watch in the Weeds podcast about Nick and Gypsy. Come on back. Tell me what you think. Leave a message. It's fine. If you want to talk about it, come on back. It's fine. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. I just wanted to jump on for a minute. You all have a wonderful day. And I always say, be safe out there. Take care of yourself and hug your babies. I'll tell you now, life is short, and it's even shorter with your children because they grow up and they go on with their life. So anyway, y'all take care. Bye. All right, guys, that was just a little shorter. I just wanted to play you guys. You had something to watch while we sit and wait. And I stand behind what I said about that case right there. And someday we will have a major discussion about at night and what they are and what they are not. Okay. You have to understand everything you see about them is on X because they're keyboard warriors on X, putting out things, making up things, looking like they're important, looking like they know what's going on. You have other channels out there that actually repeat every single thing At Night says as if it's real. Why? We know why. Clicks, likes, and views, because that is a hot case. And everybody knows if you talk about that case, you're going to get viewed. I'm not going to talk about that case. I'm just not. I mean, I want him found so bad, and I want whoever's responsible to be held responsible. But I don't know who did what. I'm not going to claim to know who did what. I only know what I was able to investigate myself, because when I started hearing all this garbage stuff come on over and over, I'm like, what the hell? Where are they getting this information? And so I started investigating, and I was like, now I see what's happening here. And I'll be honest with you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You can believe whatever you want to believe about that case. Dog the Bounty Hunter never did one thing in that case. He lent his name to the case because he wanted to get the case on the map. He wanted people to be asking questions about the case. And using his name actually got people to be interested in that case. And that's what happened there. But anyway, that's just a little bit of something I wanted to show while we wait. So let me see if there's anything else we want to show. But this is short, that we can just look at something for a few minutes here. Okay. Let me see. That is not very long. Let me find something that's long enough to take up the next 15 minutes or so that we're trying to cover. Okay. Let me see. I've got all kinds of stuff down here. Let me look and see if I find anything. Here's something that's 15 minutes long. So I think we can watch this one.
When I was Springville's cemetery sexton, most days were calm, but there were times when things got a little spooky. The most tangible ghostly experience
Chad
had happened after we buried a man named Eddie, who had been known in town as a petty thief. His burial spot wasn't far from my office, and almost immediately after his graveside service, strange incidents started occurring. For example, the morning after Eddie's burial, I arrived at work and noticed the gate to the enclosure where we parked the backhoe and dump truck was swung open. This was unusual, because I always made sure the gate was locked as I departed each evening. I possibly left the gate open on accident the first time, but after the same thing happened the next 2 days, I strongly suspected Eddie was still picking locks and causing mischief despite being dead. When I left for work after the third incident, I tucked a piece of plastic around the lock in a certain way, so I could tell if someone touched it. I even drove back to check the lock that night after dark, and it was still fastened securely with the plastic in place. However, when I checked the gate early the next morning, it had been pushed open a few inches. The lock was undone, even though the plastic looked untouched. I wasn't amused by this ghostly prankster. The biggest surprise came moments later when I checked the shed next to my office. The shed had a padlock that required a key I kept on my keychain. But not only was the shed unlocked, but the padlock itself was hooked on a peg above the door. By this point, I wasn't scared. I was irritated. I figured Eddie was nearby, probably pleased I had noticed his handiwork. So I turned around and said, "Hey, Eddie, listen to me. I'm impressed with your skills, but you're going to get me in trouble. What if someone sees the open gate and steals the backhoe? I'd get fired." I paused for a few seconds, then added, "Eddie, you don't belong here. There's a better place for you. Look around, go toward the light, and don't come back." He must have listened, because any problems with the locks stopped that very day. The Springville Evergreen Cemetery has a good, positive vibe, but there were a couple of areas where negative feelings were very strong. One section caused me anxiety, although there was no logical reason for it. I sensed I was treading on someone's territory, and they were bothered I was there. I'd never shared these feelings with anyone, though, until our cemetery secretary brought me a burial order. She pointed out the location, then said, "I hate that part of the cemetery. It gives me the creeps." I explained to her that I felt the same way in that area. She grimaced and actually shivered from head to toe. She said, "It feels like someone is playing with my hair when I'm over there." But my most frightening cemetery experience happened in another area. One woman's grave was well known for being supposedly haunted, and I avoided it. But it so happened someone died who would be buried in the plot next to the haunted grave. In order to put the new burial in the right spot, I would have to use one of our metal probing rods to push down through the soil and locate the concrete vault of the haunted grave. I've analyzed what happened in the next few seconds 1,000 times in my mind, but there is no denying that when the probing rod hit the vault, an electrical shock jolted my body. I dropped the rod and shook my arms until they stopped tingling. I wondered if I'd struck an underground power line, but it was impossible. I grabbed the probing rod once again, and this time when I touched the vault, it felt like somebody shoved me viciously in the chest. I took off running as fast as I could. I sensed an angry demon-like spirit right on my heels, and it chased me all the way to my office. I could feel the demon clawing at me. Every inch of my body was covered in goosebumps, and I was praying out loud the entire way. My office was several hundred yards from the grave, but I covered the distance in record time. I was completely terrified. When I dug the grave with the backhoe the next day, I stayed as far from the haunted vault as I possibly could. I wasn't going to risk the chance of another violent supernatural encounter, and thankfully nothing happened. Later read the autobiography of Heber C. Kimball, a very prominent LDS church leader in the 1800s. He endured a demonic attack while on a church mission in England that reminded me of my own experience. He was struck with great force by some invisible power and fell senseless to the floor. 2 other missionaries helped him sit on the bed. Then all 3 of them could distinctly see evil spirits who gnashed their teeth at them. Heber said, "We saw the devils in legions with their leaders who came within a few feet of us. They came toward us like armies rushing to battle. They appeared to be men of full stature possessing every form and feature of men in the flesh, who were angry and desperate." He added, "I learned the power of the adversary, his enmity against the servants of God, and got some understanding of the spirit world." Source: Life of Heber C. Kimball by Orson F. Whitney, pages 144 to 145. Thankfully, the positive cemetery experiences outnumbered the negative ones. Most graveside services carried a good feeling, and it was easy to sense that loved ones of the deceased were in attendance. These spirits were eager to welcome their friend or relative back home, and to congratulate them on a life well lived. One tender moment for me was at the conclusion of an older woman's graveside service. She and I had been neighbors for several years, and I had sometimes assisted her with yard work and other mundane tasks. As her family members returned to their vehicles, it felt like she came to my side. I could sense how happy she was to graduate and continue on with her eternal journey. A warm sensation filled my heart, and I sensed she was thanking me for the help I had given her over the years. I was filled with an assurance that we'd see each other again in a future day. It was also at the cemetery that I got the message to begin my career as an author. Writing books was another phase of my life. I had seen in the video snippets shown to me during my near-death experience at La Jolla Cove, but I hadn't been given any context of when or how this would happen. I figured it would be later in life, not while I was still in my 20s. A big snowstorm had hit Springville overnight, so I got up early to plow the snow from the cemetery roadways. There was also a funeral coming that day, so I began shoveling a wide path across the lawn to the gravesite. Then, from out of nowhere, I heard Grandpa Keith's familiar voice. He simply said, "It's time to write your books." I leaned on the snow shovel and said aloud, "That's great, but I have no idea what to write about." Almost immediately, the entire plot of my first novel filled my mind. I quickly finished shoveling the path to the gravesite. Then I took my lunch break and spent a few minutes jotting down a summary of the storyline. I worked on the book each night at home for the next few weeks. When I felt satisfied the book was ready, I submitted the manuscript to Cedar Fort Publishing. I was soon offered a publishing contract. To my surprise, the novel became a regional bestseller, and I ended up publishing my first 12 books with Cedar Fort. I was confident that my books were inspired from a heavenly source, and I knew writing them was helping fulfill my promise to Grandpa Keith. But it always helps when the adversary reinforces that you are on the right track. One night, as I was falling asleep, I heard a rustling noise outside our bedroom window. As I lay there, a dozen voices suddenly shouted in unison, "We hate your books!" It was fairly loud, and I looked over at Tammy, but she hadn't awakened. Then they repeated the phrase. I jumped out of bed and looked out the window, but no one was there. Voices were high-pitched and certainly not mortal. I knew I'd been visited by evil spirits. Even though I couldn't see them, I sensed they were milling around my yard, and I could feel their anger at me. The LDS Church teaches that families can pray and dedicate their homes to protect against evil spirits, and we had done that when we moved in. Now I rededicated our home and expanded it to include all of our property. I asked Heavenly Father and his angels to remove these demons and stop them from returning. It was a relief to feel them depart, and we didn't have any more trouble with them. Although the encounter was frightening, it actually strengthened me to know the adversary, and his demons weren't pleased with the books I was writing after that.
All right. Just wanted to share something with y'all. So we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs. So we have about 15 or so minutes left before they come back. Let me see if there's something else that's short enough that we can play it. I hope y'all enjoyed just seeing some of the things I've done. I do a lot of different things. I'm not just true crime. I'm not just one thing. I just like to share things, Let's see. What else do we have over here? Let me look. Something that hasn't been played in a while. Let me go down here and look for something that's about, 10 minutes or so. Let me find another one. That one's way too long. Let's see. That's too short. Here, this is 11 minutes. Okay.
Young woman on the cusp of her future. Born on May 4th, 1982, she was a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst at the time of her disappearance. She grew up in Hanson, Massachusetts, a bright and athletic individual who excelled in high school track. Friends and family described her as a determined and capable person, someone who seemed to have a clear path ahead of her. She attended the United States Military Academy at West Point for a short period, then transferred to UMass Amherst to pursue a career in nursing. She was one of 5 children, and her family remained a central part of her life. Beneath the surface, there were signs of personal struggles. In the months before her disappearance, Maura faced a few significant hurdles. In November 2003, she was charged with improper use of a stolen credit card, a minor offense that was set to be dismissed with good behavior. A more telling incident occurred just days before she vanished. On Thursday, February 5th, 2004, while working her campus security job, she reportedly had a very emotional, near catatonic breakdown. The weekend before she disappeared was particularly eventful. Her father, Fred Murray, visited her in Amherst on Saturday, February 7th. They went car shopping. They had dinner together. That same night, Maura borrowed her father's new Toyota Corolla. On her way back from a party, she crashed it into a guardrail. The accident was minor and no charges were filed, but it added another layer of stress. Her father handled the insurance logistics and planned to return the following week with forms. These details paint a portrait of a person, not just a name in a file, navigating school, work, and family. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a student with dreams and aspirations. She was also dealing with recent legal trouble. She was dealing with a car accident. She was dealing with a moment of profound emotional distress. The mix of apparent stability and underlying issues makes her story perplexing. The person who drove away from her UMass dorm on February 9, 2004, left carrying unspoken burdens, heading toward an unknown, ultimately tragic fate. The morning of Monday, February 9, 2004. The day began with precise, strange actions that felt methodical and deceptive. At 1:00 p.m., Maura Murray sent an email to her nursing school faculty and work supervisor. In the message, she claimed there had been a death in my family and that she would be gone for a week. Her family later confirmed that no death had occurred, a clear fabrication, and the first major question of the day. Why did she feel the need to create a false reason? The email set a deliberate, mysterious tone, suggesting a planned departure. Following the emails, Maura began making a series of phone calls and online searches. At 1:24 p.m., she left a voicemail for her boyfriend, Billy Rausch. Her internet searches included MapQuest directions to the Berkshire Mountains and MapQuest directions to Burlington, Vermont. She called a condominium association in Bartlett, New Hampshire, about renting. These actions suggest she was planning a trip, a temporary escape to the mountains. She packed a duffel bag and a backpack, clothes, toiletries, college textbooks. Around 3:15 p.m., surveillance showed her withdrawing $280 from an ATM near campus. Shortly after, at approximately 3:40 p.m., she was recorded at a nearby liquor store. She purchased about $40 worth of alcohol, Bailey's Irish Cream, Kahlua, vodka, a box of Franzia wine. By 4:00 p.m., Maura Murray was on the road, driving her black 1996 Saturn sedan northbound on Interstate 91. The last confirmed activity was a voicemail check at 4:30 p.m., a call that pinged a cell tower in Londonderry, Vermont. After that, her phone went silent forever. No calls, no texts. The device was never used again. She drove out of Massachusetts, through Vermont, and into New Hampshire, heading toward the White Mountains. Alone on darkening winter roads, she left behind a trail of questions that would deepen when her journey ended abruptly just hours later. The final known chapter of Maura Murray's journey unfolded on a desolate stretch of Route 112, also known as Wild Ammonoosuc Road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. At approximately 7:27 p.m., a local resident named Faith Westman heard a loud thump outside her house. Looking out her window, she saw a car positioned awkwardly against the snowbank on the sharp hairpin turn near her property. She called the Grafton County Sheriff's Department to report a single-car accident. At the same time, school bus driver Butch Atwood stopped and spoke with the young woman. She claimed she had already called AOLA for assistance, a statement later proven to be false. There was no cell service there, and AAA had no record. Despite his concern, Atwood respected her wishes and continued on his way. Minutes later, at 7:43 p.m., he called police. The first law enforcement officer, Haverhill Police Sergeant Cecil Smith, arrived at 7:46 p.m. He found the black 1996 Saturn sedan empty, damaged on the driver's front, airbags deployed, windshield cracked, and the car was locked. There were no footprints in the fresh snow around the vehicle, leading to the immediate and baffling question: where had the driver gone? Inside, investigators found an open container of alcohol, a box of Franzia wine, a way card, blank accident report forms, her textbooks, clothes, and makeup. But her debit card, credit cards, and cell phone were missing. In the immediate aftermath of the discovery of the abandoned Saturn, the official response was measured. That uncertainty shaped everything that followed. Haverhill police treated it as a standard missing person case, but believed Maura might have left voluntarily. She had packed for a trip, withdrawn a large sum of money, and misled her professors and employer about a family emergency. Police issued a bolo with Maura's photo, but the urgency wasn't the same as for a suspected abduction. Officers thought she might be hiding, possibly with friends, or had walked away to start a new life. Some considered suicide. Her family rejected that theory outright. Organized searches began on February 11th, 2 days after she vanished. New Hampshire Fish and Game and other agents scoured woods and roads near the crash. A key clue came when a tracking dog was brought in. The dog picked up Maura's scent from a glove in the car, followed a trail about 100 yards east along Route 112. Then the scent abruptly stopped. Investigators inferred she walked a short distance and then entered a vehicle. Months later, a contractor reported possibly seeing a young person moving quickly on foot along Route 112 between 8 hours and 8:30 p.m., heading east away from the crash site. If true, Maura was still on the road after Atwood, but it didn't explain her complete disappearance. The period also birthed a new force: the online sleuth. Communities gathered on message boards, dissecting items in her car and the timeline of her last day. They shared theories, analyzed maps, and debated every clue, sometimes insightful, sometimes misleading. But they kept the spotlight alive, creating a persistent, powerful force determined to find answers, keep Maura Murray remembered. For many years, Maura Murray's case remained suspended in frustrating inactivity, officially a cold case, but never fully dormant. In 2009, the New Hampshire Cold Case Unit was established. Maura's disappearance was one of the first cases it absorbed. This signaled a shift, reclassified as a suspicious missing person case, acknowledging a high probability of foul play. Tips continued with no breakthrough, until 2017, when a popular podcast and Oxygen's The Disappearance of Maura Murray brought a surge of attention and new leads. In 2019, investigators searched a nearby house basement using ground-penetrating radar. Authorities later said no evidence related to Maura was found. In 2021, bone fragments found at Loon Mountain were sent to the FBI. In November, officials announced they did not belong to Maura. In early 2022, the FBI added Maura to VICAT, creating a national alert. Later that year, NH State Police conducted another search. In 2024, an age-progressed photo renewed the plea for public help. The absence of concrete evidence in Maura Murray's disappearance has created a vacuum that has been filled by numerous theories, ranging from the plausible to the far-fetched. The most straightforward theory is that she succumbed to the elements. After crashing her car, she panicked, possibly due to the alcohol she had been drinking, and fled the scene to avoid police, became lost, and died of exposure. However, extensive searches have never turned up any remains or personal belongings. Another prominent theory is that Maura arranged to meet someone and left the scene in a second vehicle. The dog track ending abruptly on the road strongly supports this idea. A darker version suggests she accepted a ride from a stranger, an opportunistic predator. A third theory suggests Maura staged her own disappearance and started anew, possibly with help, even in Canada. While compelling, it's grown less likely with time. The case became a landmark in true crime and citizen investigation, illustrating both the power and pitfalls of crowdsourced sleuthing. Those conversations generated leads and kept pressure on law enforcement, while a family endures uncertainty. Her disappearance is a haunting reminder of how quickly a life can be erased, leaving behind only fragmented clues and a family locked in perpetual uncertainty. Today, the case remains open and active, a puzzle with a missing centerpiece, and the search for answers continues. If you have information about Maura Murray, contact New Hampshire State Police or your local authorities.
Okay, there's that. Okay. I'm going to go back and get our trial ready to go so we can be ready when they come back because it is now 1:23, about 7 minutes away. Okay, so here we go. Let's get this. They come back because it is now 1:23. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hang on a minute. Okay, so here we go. Let me get this other one. That's the wrong one. Hang on a minute. Okay, so here we go. Let me get this other one. That's the wrong one. Hang on a minute. Oh my goodness, let me share their screen for the right one. Damn, silly. All right, there we go. This is the feed that we're using here. And I've noticed on others, I've looked out on other stations or other shows, and they are actually still in the courtroom with the camera on. They're just looking at that symbol right now. So I guess we are going to get to watch part of it, which I'm happy about. I really am. So anyway. Okay, here we go. Let it catch up with itself. Okay, there we go. Get rid of that right there. So yeah, if you're new to the show or you've never listened before and you want to know exactly what it is that we do over here on this channel, because it's a little different, because we do a bunch of different things. We've talked about all kinds of things. The only thing I've not done is a cooking show. I'm not going to do a cooking show because I'm not really that great at cooking. I'm just really not. I enjoy cooking, but when you're only cooking for two, it changes how you cook. It changes everything, really, when you're just doing it for two people. That was a hard transition. Okay. Now, I have my poll up, and we're going to, here's all you have to do. So read the poll. Will the jury decide Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible? The first option is yes, evidence shows she was sane. I have voted with a number 1, which puts it right into, you don't have to type anything but either a 1 or a 2, and it populates into the poll. My answer is yes, the evidence shows she was sane, or no, the evidence shows she was supposed to be insane. Hang on, let me fix it. God dang it, why is it doing that? Okay, I gotta go fix it. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry. I don't know why it looks like that. That's not what it's supposed to say. Stop the poll. Let's edit the poll. Edit. All right. I just noticed it said that. Oh, because there's too many letters. It doesn't have enough space. Okay. Okay. Let's pick up this word right here. Damn it. What the hell is going on here? They have to put something right here. Hang on, let me fix this right here. It needs a little apostrophe S. Okay, I hope this stays. I hope it fits right. I mean, you only have so much space to actually do some of this. Okay, let me check this right here, and then I'll be ready to put my poll back up, and y'all can answer. So, okay, there you go. Now, no, the evidence shows that she's insane. So that's either a 1 or a 2 into the poll. Save. Okay, and here we go. Now it's fixed. There you go. So just drop a 1 or 2 in chat as to what you believe, whether she's sane or insane, what you think the jury's going to come back with. It's going to be interesting. I know that. There's going to be lots and lots of back and forth about this. People are going to be talking about this case for a long time, especially if she's found criminally not responsible, which would be insane. Damn it. I hope that doesn't happen so bad, guys. I really don't want that to happen. Okay, we've got a couple of minutes here before they come back. So let's see. All right. Well, we'll just hang out for a couple of minutes and discuss whatever you want to discuss while we wait for them to come back. If you are in chat, either on Pick or just in the bushes, let us know you're here. Your opinions are valued here. You can say whatever you want about the case. It's up to you. The only thing we don't allow are trolls or people who make derogatory statements toward anybody in chat, any other creators on YouTube, or the host of the show. Other than that, you say what you need to say about this case. It's up to you. So come on in. Don't be hiding today. We don't bite. All right. Oh, God. Hang on a minute. Let me do this over here. Now, I'm going to guess that this jury charge discussion will not be more than an hour. That's what I think. I mean, it doesn't take long to decide whether you're going to add intoxication in or leave intoxication out. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Come on. It is 1:30. It is time for court to start again. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they should start any minute now. Okay, we're just going to hang out and wait. That's all we can do. We will make sure that this fee is correct. You know, as we've seen before, that sometimes they are not, they just jump out and they're not there anymore. We've seen that happen too. No, it's still on. It's still right. Okay, good. Look at this one. Yeah. They have not come back yet. We are correct. They're still out. But it should come back any minute. And I'm excited because I want to hear the jury charge. Because we can talk about the jury charge, and I'll tell you why. Because I remember doing word processing on jury charges myself. It's very complicated. It's not in layman's terms. It's hard to understand some of it. Now, I don't know if they've changed since I have done it, but hopefully they've made a change where people can better understand exactly what they're doing. Come on. Damn it, come on, we're ready to go back to court. We want to watch, we want to hear. We want to see exactly what the jury is going to have to be faced with. The biggest question, though, is really the intoxication. I know we talked about this the other day when we talked about the jury charge. The reason why he wants the intoxication in there from the medications is because that will be more likely to help the jury decide that she was insane at the moment. Without the intoxication version, what do they have to say that made her insane? She had been off the Seroquel for weeks, months. It was, back in the 1st through the 5th of January, she was tapered off of that, and she was given a different prescription. And I believe it might be the same prescription she's on right now at the mental hospital. She's presently at the state mental health hospital, which is the same place she will be sent back to if she's found insane. I've read a few things that talked about, well, my God, she would really prefer to go to prison because the state hospital is even more confining. Like they decide everything she does in the state hospital. Where in prison, you can't leave, but you do have some freedoms within the prison itself. But however, she's not going to be offered the death penalty. It's not going to be that. It's either murder 1 or murder 2 if she's found sane. All right. I'm going to ask Brock again. I'm going to ask today again. Remember, we've been asking, what do you think that the jury's going to come back with? Well, let's ask. Okay. All right. Here we go. Will the jury find Lindsay Clancy? Hang on. Whoops. Here we go. Let's see what it says today. It's been giving us information daily as to what it thinks the prediction will be. Come on now, let's go to court. Stop. Come on. Okay. It is still out. I will tell you that. Let me go check something real quick, and then we're gonna discuss this. Hang on. YouTube. Here we go. Here we go over here. I'm just going to take a quick look to see if any place else has come back. I don't want to miss a thing. I just don't want to miss anything. Okay. No, they've not come back yet. They're still out. Okay. All right, good. Okay, they are not back yet. Our feed is correct, so that's good. Good to know. But they're always late. Then we got to have the sidebar. You know what? I think I'm going to get AI to write me a sidebar song. That'd be funny. Okay, if you're asking me to predict the verdict based on everything the jury has heard so far, I would now lean not criminally responsible, but I think it's a much closer than it looked earlier in the trial. All right. As of today, August the 26th, 2026, testimony has ended after 21 trial days and more than 70 witnesses. Closing arguments are scheduled for Thursday, and then the 12-person jury will deliberate. My prediction is insane, not criminally responsible, about 60-40. Ooh, that's flipped since yesterday it was 65-35 that she would be found sane. Why am I leaning this way? The defense put on substantial evidence of postpartum psychosis, bipolar disorder, severe depression, and suicidal thinking and command hallucinations. Now, Dr. Philip Resnick testified that Clancy was experiencing postpartum psychosis and the voices command her to kill herself and her children. Dr. Paul Zeisel testified that she was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of what she did and unable to conform her conduct to the law. The prosecution's own final expert, Dr. Gregory Sathoff, apparently conceded that Clancy had a genuine mental disorder, a mental defect. His disagreement is over whether the disorder made her legally irresponsible. Okay. The prosecution experts have had to fight a substantial amount of psychiatric evidence rather than simply argue that she was mentally healthy. But here's what worries me for the defense. The prosecution has laid out some very strong points. Dr. Avner Mack testified that he found no psychosis and believed she could distinguish right from wrong. He pointed to things like her functioning normally short before the killings and her statements "go to God" as evidence of awareness. Dr. Kirk Helburn testified that she retained control of her actions and that the evidence was more consistent with suicidal mother who did not want to leave her children behind than with an acute psychosis involving a command hallucination. And Dr. Sathoff, the prosecution's final witness, testified today that Clancy had a mental defect but remained in control and criminally responsible. The biggest issue for me, the jury isn't deciding was Lindsay Clancy mentally ill. There is a substantial evidence that shows that she was. They're deciding whether the mental disease or defect meant she couldn't appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or couldn't conform her conduct to the law under Massachusetts criminal responsibility standards. And that's where I think this case is going to turn. Now, if the jury believes Resnick and Zeisel's explanation of the voice and psychosis, I think she gets a not criminally responsible. Now, if they believe Dr. Mack and Helbring and Sadoff, then that she was just depressed, bipolar, but retained control and understood the wrongfulness of her guilty. One thing I would not underestimate, the fact that she planned a suicide immediately after the children could actually be interpreted two completely different ways. For the defense, the psychosis commanded her to kill the children and then herself. The prosecution says she consciously decided to kill the children because she intended to die and didn't want to leave them behind. Helbring specifically advanced that second interpretation. That's probably going to be one of the most important arguments during the closing. And given everything we followed throughout this trial, I would change my prediction from earlier in this case. I now think that NCR has a slight edge, but I would absolutely not be surprised by a guilty verdict or even a difficult jury deliberation. There you go. So it has turned since we first started looking at that and asking questions. Come on now, let's go. It's already 1:39. They're late. Come on. Looks to me like they might be fixing to bring our feedback, which would be great because we do want to watch the rest of this. Oh, I forgot to vote again after I fixed my sane or insane. All right, 1. I'm still going with I think she will be held criminally responsible for her actions. And at least that's what I'm hoping will happen. So all you have to do is put either a number 1 or a number 2 into the chat, and it will put it into the, it should put it into our poll here. Now, what's going on with our poll now? Oh my God. Why are there so many problems over here? Let's see what's wrong with our poll. Resume. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now I think we can answer it. Whoop, here we go. Okay, take this down. And let's try this again to make sure it's working properly. 1, enter. There. Did I put a 2? I put a 2. I meant a 1. Let me get rid of that. Delete. Here we go. Oh, shit. How do you change it? Okay, well, I meant to put a 1, not a 2, but it ended up putting a 2. So I'm going to have to, oh my God. Sucks because I realize this is going to change how the poll comes out. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. That's better. All right. Let's see what's going on. Okay. What in the hell is going on here? Everybody's sitting up there waiting for it to come back. I don't understand. Let me look and see. Yeah, everybody's sitting there waiting. All the channels are waiting. Nobody has left. All the channels that are showing the trial are still waiting, just like we are. So we'll see. I wish we had more to. I wish we had something to. Here. And all right, we'll just have to talk for a few minutes. I don't have any other shorts that I can show while we wait for it to come back on, because I'm afraid we would miss the beginning. And I don't want to miss a thing. Not after all these days. Okay, here we go. Come on. I can tell you this, though. One thing about this is on your mobile device versus your computer. If you're watching a computer versus your mobile device, or television versus your mobile device, there is a slight delay. So it's about 20 seconds or so is the delay on this. Just to let y'all know. Okay. All messages. Hang on. Here we go. Let's look over here. Yeah. Nobody has come back yet. Everybody's still waiting. That's good to know. Good to know. me go over here. Hang on a second, guys. Yeah, I don't want to use, I would never want to use theirs. What is this one? Fox Baltimore. Let's look at Fox Baltimore. Hang on. All right, let me go to that channel. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to switch the feed over to this other one because I like theirs better. And it looks like they're showing the courtroom. Here we go. Oh, there we go. That's what I want to do. Get rid of this. Make this bigger. And we are ready to go. There you go. All right. I think that's better right there. We'll be able to watch the courtroom as they come in, which is better. When we know when that little emblem starts shaking around that they're coming back to court. So I'm excited about that. Please take the poll, guys. Put your answer in. Is it a 1 or a 2? What? Okay. Okay, Pam, it's okay. They have not even started yet. You know, they're always late and all that. So anyway, go ahead and answer number 1 or number 2. Number 1, yes, the evidence shows she was sane. Or number 2, no, the evidence shows she's insane. That's the 2 on the poll to choose from. I would like to know everybody's opinion about what you think is going to happen after the jury goes out to deliberate. What is the jury going to say? We know they're not waiting on the jury, so who are they waiting on? Right? What's going on there? Oh, hell. You know what I forgot to do? Please take the time to like, share, and subscribe to our little channel. We are very close to being monetized, guys, very close. And we are wanting to monetize so we can do charity work. The thing about YouTube is it does not allow you to do charity through YouTube unless you are monetized. So that is something I really want to do. We have multiple people in our chat or in our mods that do things that we could help them with. And that's what I want to do. Yeah. Was in the wrong chat. It's okay, Pam. Sorry. It's okay. I had to do some things too. It's fine. Just go ahead and hit a number 1 or number 2. Take the poll and let me know what you think is going to happen, Pam. What's the jury going to decide? Yeah. And seriously, Pam, I hope your friend, I'm sorry about your friend. I know that hurts. If there's anything you need us to do, just let us know. You know, I'm always a text away from anything. I will tell y'all this right now. My mods that have my phone number, I don't really answer my phone. I can't stand a ringing phone. I prefer to chat because then I can see what you're saying and I can answer it instead of thinking what I heard you say. I prefer to be in a text so I can see what you're saying, right? Thank you. Oh, same. Thank you. So that's why if you need to reach out to me, just text me. Just text me. It's fine. It doesn't matter what time of the day or night it is. I will always be here for my mods. I appreciate them so much because I'll tell you something. It's quite the responsibility to be a mod on a person's channel because you don't have to be, but they do expect you to show up when they're live. I mean, that's why you're moderators to moderate the chat. Now, we've only had to deal with a troll a couple of times. Wasn't too bad. But we still need, moderators in our chat. So it is quite the commitment when somebody decides, yes, I'll be your mod. And I respect them for that, and I appreciate it. It's also hard if they are mods in other channels, which I know some of us are mods in other channels as well. Especially if we're on at the same time. Now, I try to avoid us being on at the same time because I don't want y'all to have to make a choice like that. It's almost unfair, right? And by the way, I had to change something. We are going to do, myself and Guilty of Crime are going Krista Pike tomorrow night. Tomorrow night at 4 p.m. Eastern, no, 4 p.m. Pacific time and 6 p.m. Texas time, where she's going to start the live and my group is going to join in. So you just come to my channel like normal, and then we join in with her channel so we can all talk about what's going on and what we think about Krista Pike. Now, I have recovered all kinds of information on her, from her pleas to the briefs to the requisitories, all of that. So I have all of these legal documents on that case. I've also gathered up all the newspaper or the media, whatever the media is out there. I've gathered all that up too. And it's so much information. It's a little bit shocking, right? And that's the fact that at one point she said, I'm going to give up all my appeals. I don't care. Just give me a death date. I think it's because she was just tired of being in prison, to be honest with you. That's what I think it is. I don't know. But I'll tell you something. Hang on. I really thought because she was 18 years old at the time of her crime, that they would have already commuted it to a life sentence instead. This is shocking to me that they've actually left her on death row. We have seen so many 18-year-olds get their sentence reduced or changed from death to just being in prison for the rest of their life. Hang on, let me fix this. Dang, stupid, come on. Get back over to where I was on my phone so I can watch. The funny thing about it is sometimes when you see the trial in the vertical versus the horizontal, you don't always see all the messages, which is kind of weird because people on Kick, they're seeing it in the vertical way, not the horizontal way, which just means your phone. Like if they're watching it on their phone or whatever, it just shows up over there for some reason. I don't know why. And sometimes I don't even see all the people that are on Kick or when they even make a comment because it doesn't always show up right. There's some kind of little glitch that happens between Kick, StreamYard, and YouTube. And it just sometimes doesn't work exactly right. Now, I did hear from my son today that World's Wave thinks they have worked out the kink about how to live stream from World's Wave to YouTube and be able to see the chat on both groups. Because that's when they first tried it, you could not see the chat on World's Wave at the same time that you were seeing the chat on YouTube. So when we got online together, the team and I got online together, and I showed them exactly what the problem was. I think they fixed it now, which is good. But I don't want to try it on this trial. This trial is too important. The next time I do a show that's kind of just about whatever, I'm going to try to run it through World's Wave. My whole goal is to get off of StreamYard and be able to use World's Wave 100%. StreamYard is kind of expensive. I mean, we're talking about $53 or $54 a month for StreamYard. My channel makes no money at all because it's not monetized. So we're just paying out of our pocket every month for me to sit here and have a good time with you guys. Yes. Isn't that something? But my husband's been very, very, very cool about it. He knows I really enjoy this, and I enjoy seeing my friends and talking to my friends and just talking about things that I want to talk about. He knows this is it's a way for me to not be trapped in this house with two dogs 24/7. Listen, guys, I don't even like to go to the grocery store. I know what you're thinking. Well, what's wrong with you? Are you mentally ill? No, it's not that. I just have a thing about the grocery store. I can't stand it. You know, you're going along. I just want to go in the grocery store, grab what I need, and get on out the door. I don't want to spend my time when somebody's just stopping in front of me with this big old cart of shit, and they got kids all along, you know, right there behind them, and all this other stuff going on. I'm just trying to buy some groceries, right? You turn this back up. All right. So when they come back to court, we'll be able to hear. There you go. I don't want to deal with all that. And there's something about getting to the grocery store, and the aisles are so tight together because we have HEBs in town. Oh, here we go. We're going to court, guys. Looky, looky. I saw it shake. We have HEBs here in Texas, or in where I live. We don't even have a Kroger over here. We have a Randall's, but we don't have a Kroger. So it's either HEB or Kroger. And Kroger is a little more expensive than HEB. So we just go to HEB, or my husband does. My husband does the grocery shopping. I know y'all think I'm crazy. It's just that I can't stand it. There's something about it that makes me a nervous wreck to get in that store and have people stopping in front of me and just being in my way. They're just in my way. Anyway, I think they're coming back now. Yay. Let's go to court, people. Let's go to court. Yeah. All right. There we go. And yes, Jack and Trick just ate their lunch. You can expect to hear them snoring. I'm sorry. But, they can't help themselves. I think I'm gonna get an AI song written though. And it's gonna include Stompy. Nobody will know what that means except the people that were in my chat, what Stompy is or who Stompy is. But I think it would be just so damn funny, really. Now, when they get back to court, I'm going to take myself off the screen so that you'll just see what's happening in the courtroom. Okay. Okay. Another case I would like to talk about, though, is the Siders case. From day one, I have said, Elizabeth Siders is not a victim. Stop that shit. She knew what she was doing. She knew her kids were hungry. She knew her kids were dirty. She knew her kids were being abused. She knew it. I don't know why she did that. I don't know what the deal was with inside that house, but I want to know what was going on inside that house. I know everybody and their brother have questioned, why all the oil and sugar? Why were they buying oil every night at the store? I've tried to explain this many, many times. In famine countries, they use oil and sugar as a way to get high-calorie food in a small glass, drinking it for high calories, but when they have food shortages. That is what they were doing with that oil and sugar. I guarantee you. Guarantee you. And now the new charges that they've been charged with, ooh, sister, boy, I told you she wasn't a victim. She participated in every bit of it. And there are people who have children. Hang on. All right, there we go. It's okay. There are people who have children that really only want to have that child as long as the child needs them 100% of the time. After it gets past needing them 100% of the time, they're just really not interested anymore. So they have some more. There's not a mental illness that fits to that, but they do get a dopamine rush out of being pregnant. That's the whole thing there. I want to know how many other women have been in her shoes. Let's go ask. Hang on. Ooh, put my glasses on. Hey, Cinderella. Okay, that's great. That's fine. Really, there's not much to watch. We are just going to listen while they discuss this charge. Do me a favor, Cinderella. I've put out a poll that says, will the jury decide Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible? The answer is number 1, yes, the evidence shows that she was sane, or no, number 2, the evidence shows she's insane. Just go ahead and answer that for me because I want to get everybody's opinion on what they think the jury is going to find after they deliberate this case. Because now, we ask the source every day what they think the jury's going to come back with. It has now flipped today. Yeah. Now we're over here on a 60-40 for she'll be found insane, which is shocking. I just pray it's not. Yeah. My doctor just messaged me and wants to see me Friday at 2:45. Oh, okay. That's fine. This case, I hope that it's over by Friday, but if it's not, it's all right. You do what you got to do to take care of you because you're more important than being here with me in this trial. Yeah, right. Yeah, Cinderella. Mm-hmm. So yes, all you have to do is drop a 1 or 2 in the chat, and it actually puts it into the poll. You don't have to do anything else. That's it. So, all right, come on, guys. We saw that you were touching the camera. Boy, oh boy. Okay, so it's almost 3 o'clock where they're at. They are now officially 28 minutes late, as usual. I've never seen a trial round like this. I really have not. And I've seen a lot of trials. This coming in late, not getting on the bench, not getting started, all the little sidebars and all this bullshit that's been going on just seems so foreign to me because it seems like the trial is not being ran professionally. It just seems odd that there's so much of this going on. But you have to remember that Judge Sullivan spent 30 years as a defense attorney before he was put on the bench. So he might be a little defense biased, I think. But I know they're not supposed to, but it just happens. It just happens. You know how they are, so slow. You're right, Pam, they are so slow. Oh my. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can do something over here. Maybe we'll put on a little background music while we wait. Let's put this over here. Let's turn it down some, way down. Listen about some. Here we go. We'll play this one. A little bit of a jazzy music right there while we wait. So you're not just sitting here bored listening to me yap, yap, yap. Go, people. Just makes you want to get up and move that little bit of music right there. I'm like, sort of jazzy. That's something you can clean house to, right? YouTube. Okay. They have not come back. Nobody else is showing it, so we're okay. We're okay. Mm. If you can't stay and you need to do something, it's okay, guys. I love to hear you talk. Oh, thank you, Pam. Well, I'll just keep talking. Is it that southern voice that you like, that Texas drawl? Oh, I always laugh about that. You can definitely, as we've traveled around the world, etc. People ask me, "Are you from Texas?" They can just, as soon as you start talking, they know it. They're like, "Okay, I know that's a Texas voice right there." Little southern girl. Let's go see what we can talk about. We're going to go over here onto Reddit, and we'll just read some more about Lindsay Clancy and her mess. Hey. Let's see what else we got over here. Lindsay Clancy supporters dressed in pink, blah, blah, we know that. Listen to this, guys. Listen to this. This will make you sick. Oops. Lindsay Clancy has raised more than $700,000 from sympathizers. Why should she become a millionaire? She killed her children. What is this about? If that's not going to pay her attorney is being paid by something else. The state's paying for her attorney. I don't know what you think she's going to do with that money. Trying to get her commissary money for when she ends up in the slammer? Or are you trying to build a big bank account so when she eventually cons her way out of the state hospital that she can just go buy a house and move up in the world after killing her 3 children. Think about that for a second. That makes me upset. Lindsay Clancy, as closing to a smoking gun as you can get without a matter of this. This close, okay, let's see what's this. It's a matter of the mind. This is the closest to getting a smoking gun on a motive as you can, from Dr. Kirk Helbert. The next bullet is in response to Lindsay's response to the question of what did you do? After I got home around 6 p.m. on January the 24th, and the house was quiet. He went in, thought people might have been playing an hide-and-seek game with him. He called downstairs, didn't get an answer. He called upstairs, didn't get an answer. He went upstairs and found the bedroom door locked. He unlocks it with his key. He went in and saw some blood there, saw the window was open, then ran downstairs. As he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying out there semi-conscious. Hang on a minute, guys. And he said his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this as a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt, and that's the way to understand it. See, I agree with that right there. It is the way to understand it. The next person says, we have to remember that Dr. Resnick is the expert in this trial. He wrote the foundational research and coined the term altruistic filicide. The guy read from this research paper. He never worked in this area, and unlike Resnick, he didn't write the research from years and years of clinical practice. The next person says, hack. Even Dr. Resnick conducted the biggest research in 2012 for auditory hallucinations, and none of the rebuttal witnesses does their research on that. Come on, even ChatGPT does a better job than they do. No one disagree with that one. Certainly am. Okay, the next one says, credibility is only one factor among many when weighing the evidence. The next person says, they really should open our eyes to how psychiatric and psychology and old boys club. Okay, all right. The next one says, really, so much of these women's physical and mental health medicines recurs on top of the women are hysterical myth from 100 years ago. Okay, that kind of makes a little bit of sense. The next person says, I'm finding it interesting that Helbert stated that it was the lethal attempt in his testimony, but then the last witness today, Dr. Bradley, said it was a fake attempt. The state is not winning if they are flip-flopping back and forth on their case. The next person says, it does provide credibility. It also shows that every interprets the evidence differently. And they do. They do. Okay, the next person says, this is a little bit of a long one. What's wild to me is that they keep describing postpartum psychosis and then bending over backwards not to call it postpartum psychosis. Severe insomnia, rapid deterioration, bizarre thinking, disassociation, possible hallucinations and delusions are all sitting right in front of them, but somehow their answer is always a different diagnosis. And then they cling to this neat little PPP, happens in the first 4 to 6 weeks box, like a psychiatric illness reads a textbook before showing up. It feels like an objective evaluation and more like finding a diagnosis that fits the prosecution's theory. You can rename the symptoms all you want. You still have to explain them. I honestly cannot wait to hear what the psychiatrists who actually specialize in postpartum mental illness have to say about this testimony. And you know you will hear it. It will be on YouTube. Everybody, after the jury comes back and makes their decision, you're going to hear all kinds of things. Okay, every cluster of symptoms based on their frequency and severity, so they don't all hold the same weight if they are present at the same time. That's how medicine works. 2 plus 2 does not always equal 4. That's why different doctors came to different conclusions. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that one too. Hang on. Oh my God, what is taking them so long? I hope we're not just sitting here in vain. I hope we get to see it or hear it. Certainly, if they thought we weren't going to get to see it, they would have already cut the feed. That's what I think. Who am I? Just a person. Here, this person says, I see it differently. I think people decide their opinion on this in about 5 seconds and just reason backwards. And breaking through that initial opinion is difficult and it acts as a shield. We're trying to determine what was happening in the mind of someone else 3 years ago. No objective measure exists. Let's be honest. This comes down to nothing more than if you believe her account or not, and what decides this. I'm sorry, it goes, what decides this are things like how well you relate to her, how much empathy you have for her situation, your own experiences. Okay, I'll agree with that. Next person says, this too, I mean, do we really need to pull out the old advertisement that urged us to smoke? Take diet pills and be good wives by having slippers and newspapers ready for your man. And don't ask too many questions. He's had a hard day at work. Okay, well, that was a little mean. Anyway, let's talk about Andrea Yates, because now this person comes with this. Andrea Yates called 911 and said, I killed them. So his reasoning is far-fetched. Also, Lindsay was 82 degrees. She wasn't talking. She was mumbling. All the first responders confirmed this. Well, she was mumbling when they showed up. I think Patrick got there and it just really happened. She had not completely started deteriorating at that point. Now, that's an example, not exact words, one needs to say after a psychosis episode. He has decades of experience in teaching. It takes simple logic to follow what he's saying. They're talking about Dr. Helberg. And can he prove any actual sources that the general sentiment is what it is stated when coming out of a psychosis? Not literally those words, but any research showing most people would immediately blame the commanding voice versus stating they did something. He hasn't even kept up with the current research on the fact that hallucinations can come from within after definitely stating they come from without. Okay? This trial, and the next person says, this is funny. The next person says, this trial has become an emotionally charged debate, which makes it very difficult to stay objective, especially on day 20. There is at least one sub-emergency medicine and at least one for the lawyers. Okay? Okay, the next one says, the law of subs is more interesting on this case, in my opinion. Emergency medicine doesn't have a broad scope of practice when it comes to a mental health issue. They almost have no idea about them at all. If you go to an ER with mental health issues in most states, they consult with an on-call psychiatrist. Here we go, we're back and forth. Yay!
Turn back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the 18 jurors.
All right. Counsel, I thought we'd have our charge conference at this time. Everybody get a chance? I know you just got them about an hour ago. So in regards to the draft that I gave, I know I got one set of proposed instructions from the defendant. Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to offer?
We don't have a written motion, but we just do have a few comments and a.
Sure, well, that's kind of what I expected. I know everybody's been on trial, so I thought that's kind of why I thought I'd give you the draft, and we could just kind of walk through it. So my thought would be to first go through the Commonwealth's position, and then I'll hear from the defendant. Attorney Buckingham.
Thank you, Your Honor. In relation to your proposed your draft instructions, I think that Your Honor's instruction regarding criminal responsibility is pretty much the cut and paste of the model instruction. So overall, there's no objection to it. However, the Commonwealth would just like to put on the record that we don't think that voluntary intoxication, the 3 points that were added in to Your Honor's draft are necessary, and I'll just cite to the Commonwealth versus Brown, 449 Mass 747, 2007 case, where it says that an instruction on voluntary intoxication is not required absent evidence of debilitating intoxication. Such evidence must support the inference that at the time of the killing, intoxication impaired the defendant's ability to form any requisite criminal intent. And so in this case, I understand counsel is going to argue, medications, and he's free to argue that to the jury. But as far as instruction goes, we're talking about criminal responsibility. We're talking about mental status at the time of the event on the day in question, January 24th, 2023. There is no evidence to support that there was intoxication to a debilitating effect, as the Brown case indicates. I think what the best evidence the court has is that the defendant, in her journals and in some statements that she made to the experts, indicated that
At the time of the offense, she was taking amitriptyline and one other medication that she had been on for quite some time. And Your Honor, now is evidence that it was a very low dose of amitriptyline. And there is nothing about the observed behavior of her on that day suggesting that there was any debilitating effects of the consumption of the prescription medications on that day. So we would ask that those sections not be included in the instruction. If Your Honor is inclined to include them in the instruction, we are asking that you add a qualifier into it's what's listed as paragraph 3, where it starts to talk about.
Is that on page 3, kind of Roman numeral 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
It says the defendant who lost in substantial capacity I have just described involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs. We would just ask that you add on the day of the offense to, again, just be clear to the jury that we're talking about consumption of the medication on that day. I did notice a quick typo on page 4 under Roman numeral 4 in that first full paragraph where it's the consequences of a finding. It says in the maybe 5th line, it starts, if the court concludes the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to himself.
Okay.
It's just a pronoun.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that.
As far as the remaining charges, instructions on the charges of first degree with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth has no objection to that. I would just note another typo on page 7. Your Honor lists out the Castillo factors. On the third factor, C and D appear to be on the same line, and there are just some numbers in there that I don't think make sense. This is the manner and degree of severity of the force used.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
And as far as the instruction on involuntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would object to the involuntary manslaughter, and I would cite to the case of Commonwealth versus Garabedian, which is an older case, 399 Mass 304. It's from 1987, and it says that the defendant, in that case, the defendant argued that involuntary manslaughter was required because of evidence of involuntary chemical intoxication. That was a case where the guy was he sprayed chemicals on lawns, and he had an interaction with a homeowner and ended up getting into a physical altercation with her, strangling her, falling off a ledge, hitting her with a rock, and then strangling her with a shoelace.
Damn.
So in that particular case, the court held that an unlawful battery was quite likely to endanger life and hence could not be classified as involuntary manslaughter. So where it's a wanton and reckless conduct theory, I think that Garabedian is right on point to say that in situations like this, where we have the strangling of the individuals, of the babies, of the kids, unlawful battery quite likely to endanger life, that it shouldn't be an instruction for involuntary manslaughter. So I'd rely on that case to argue that that is should not be included in the instructions. And one more point. Your Honor, at one point when we were arguing about particular pieces of evidence and duplicative evidence, Your Honor did indicate giving some sort of instruction about the jury didn't consider the fact that there might be duplicative evidence as giving any more weight or importance. And I know you do have a small line in that where it says in the what is evidence section about the strength or proof is not determined by the volume. But I do think, again, based on the particular way in which the evidence came in and how the parties chose to display the evidence, and the fact that we have text messages in several different forms that are presented, some of them the full record, some of them condensed records, that some instruction to them that indicates that they're to give no more weight to any one than the other, even if it does appear duplicative in the record. I'd ask that something to that effect be added.
I think it says that on page 11, because I do remember that request. if you look at under what is evidence, in this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. So, so I put that in there, and I understand the request to maybe put that in a separate paragraph, but I have it that way. I'll consider not whether I give it a separate paragraph. I do understand the request, but at least that's why I put that in there. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to review this stuff, Judge. If I may, just going through your proposed Roman numeral 1 introduction is fine. Criminal responsibility, paragraph 1 is fine. Going down on page 2, criminal responsibility, you indicate is a legal term, not criminally responsible with a mental disease or defect, and then you make reference to lacking substantial capacity either to appreciate criminality or wrongfulness of the conduct or condone the conduct. That's fine. And then you define you don't define it, but you talk about mental disease and defect. I understand that the law is pretty clear that the court does not have to define mental disease or defect, but you've given them a framework within which to make that decision, which is acceptable to the defendant. There is one reference in there where, if I may, not include abnormality only by repeated criminal. So you say in that sentence, the phrase mental disease or defect is a
Hold on, let me find that.
I'm sorry, it's page 2.
Yeah.
Second paragraph down after that first sentence.
I got the phrase. Go ahead.
Yep. Mental disease or defect, in quotes, is a legal term, not a medical term. That's fine. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. Fine. The phrase, quote, mental disease or defect does not include abnormality. This is what I'm just looking at. Characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. So number one, I just would suggest, I don't think we have repeated criminal conduct here. I'm just wondering if it might just be a little.
Yes, you do. She strangled 3 kids.
Determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant has a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that defendant was criminally responsible. So I understand and have no problem with, I would think, all the way from it is for you to determine. My only question is in reference to where you put in the phrase about mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. I don't think that that's based on the evidence, so it might be hypothetical, but I just will not have that in. Next paragraph, if the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt, defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, then you must consider whether, as a result of mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate or the wrongfulness of the conduct or conform. That's a fair statement of the law. To establish that the defendant had substantial capacity to conform her conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And then you do indicate that that would relate to the word appreciate, understand, more than merely to know. And then criminality, and then you do get into means the legal significance of conduct, and wrongfulness means the moral significance, which is fine. I would ask that on the next paragraph you add in before wrong in the second sentence, Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or it was, and I would ask that you put there morally wrong in front of wrong. And then the rest of that paragraph is fine from my point of view. Last sentence, the court notes, defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. And again, I would just ask that you would insert the word morally wrong. That paragraph is fine. Roman numeral 2. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. That's fine, but then the court says all that you need to determine, and I just would ask respectfully that you delete the all that you need to determine. It seems to kind of, and I know that's in some of the instructions, but I think it kind of dilutes the gravity of the issue for the jury. It's almost minimizing the burden for the government, and it's unnecessary. So I would ask that that go out. And then you could say that the jury has to determine the issue and then go into the rest of the instruction as you put it, rather than saying all you need to determine. Further in that paragraph, where defendant lacks substantial capacity to appreciate, again, that's appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the law solely as, okay, voluntary intoxication. Believe it or not, after 5 weeks, I think we agree. I would ask that the court not instruct on voluntary intoxication.
Yay!
Appreciate the fact that looking at the model charge, and I know when Your Honor is using that as a guide, they do make reference to voluntary intoxication. I just don't see that there's any evidence here of voluntary intoxication that would trigger a pre-existing mental disease or defect. I don't see that there's any issue such as a lot of the cases, as you all know, when you're dealing with a defendant who's snorting cocaine or shooting fentanyl or smoking weed. I know the recent case of Commonwealth versus Aldo Dunphy, D-U-N-P-H-E, is a guy that had a marijuana psychosis, dependency, and we don't have any of that here. We just have prescription medications that were provided to the defendant. So I would ask that the court not reference voluntary intoxication. I would ask, going down to Roman numeral.
So would you ask, Roman numeral 2 on page 2, not give?
Yes.
And Commonwealth, that you would be in agreement with that?
Yes, but I think 2 also follows with Roman numeral 3.
We got to 3. So I want to make sure that I just kind of want to make sure as I'm going through this, get kind of dense, as am I sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
So I just wanted to make sure. So Roman numeral 2, both parties are of the position not to give based on the evidence as it's developed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep,
all right.
Thank you.
I'll consider that. I'll strongly consider that.
All right.
So that takes us to paragraph 3.
In paragraph 3, if I'm not mistaken, I did skim it pretty quickly. I think it does also reference voluntary intoxication. And here you're specifying prescription drugs, and if the defendant knew or had reason to know that her intoxication would trigger or intensify a mental disease or defect, I don't think that the evidence supports that. I agree with the Commonwealth. I would ask that Roman numeral 3.
Right, so by agreement, nobody's requesting paragraph 3,
Correct.
and I'm highly
Thank you.
likely not to give that.
All right. 4 is fine, Judge. Roman numeral 5.
4 goes to the same thing. It's just a reiteration of the final. So
Yeah, so that would go out. Yep.
4 is kind of a trailer to 3. Okay.
Roman numeral 5 is okay. Paragraph 3, 4. Okay, so again, if I may just say, without skimming them now, anytime it's referencing voluntary intoxication, maybe that could be deleted. Because I see in paragraph 4 on Roman numeral 5 on page 3, it does reference again for voluntary intoxication from prescription drugs and that type of thing. So that would go out. Paragraph 6, talking about in the event that the defendant is indeed acquitted by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I know the court has the obligation to instruct the jury as to what potential ramifications would flow from that. I believe that's a fair statement of the law. Instructions on murder in the first degree, deliberate premeditation, cruelty and atrocity, those are all fine. Second degree, that's fine. Involuntary manslaughter, I do think certainly the facts as presented and the evidence does justify the instruction as the court.
Let me hear you. What's the argument in regards to the involuntary manslaughter?
Well, the argument regarding the involuntary manslaughter is clearly that the defendant intended the conduct that resulted in the death of the deceased, and the conduct in the event that it was not such that her conduct was as a result of her suffering from a disease or defect, intentional, premeditated, and intended to be cruel and atrocious, that would reduce it down to manslaughter, and it would most certainly be wanton or reckless. I will be addressing voluntary as well, but I think it's clear that on the evidence that if the jury determines that defendant committed an act, defendant, as a result of the act, the victims were indeed died, that there's a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to the individuals as a result of the defendant's conduct, but yet we're not talking about a disease, a defect that rises to the level of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. You would then revert to, or default, if you will, to the standard of wanton and reckless conduct. And we know that wanton and reckless conduct under the Lansky case, basically if a defendant does an intentional act that is not just negligent, it would have to rise to the criminal standard or the criminal level of being wanton or reckless. So I think that would, in fact, justify an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. If you want, I can continue with the voluntary manslaughter that I would ask the court to instruct, and that would relate to the issue of diminished capacity. I know the court is very familiar with Commonwealth versus Gould. I believe it's 300 Mass 672. Supreme Court decision, Patterson versus New York, that talks about evidence of a defendant's emotional or intellectual or mental state of mind that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it could certainly rise to the level of extreme emotional disturbance, that would be manslaughter, not murder. And that would be inconsistent with the United States Constitution as well as the Massachusetts Constitution, because in addition to Commonwealth versus Gould, we have case law, as I know Your Honor is aware, that talks about diminished capacity. It talks about mental disease or defect. If in fact there's evidence of a mental disease or defect, mental impairment, but it does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, then under all of those cases I just cited, plus Garabedian at 399 Mass 34, as well as my old case of Thomas Toolin, 490 Mass 698, you can have evidence of mental defect that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it would mitigate or reduce from the ability of the person to know that what they're doing is in fact cruel and atrocious, to know what they're doing does constitute premeditated malice, a forethought. We all know what the concept of malice is. You get the three prongs of malice. There's no doubt that mens rea is important on the concept of malice. And if a jury says, well, look, the evidence is that she was going to these doctors, that she was getting prescribed medication, she was taking the medication, she was in a postpartum depression stage. I don't buy the postpartum psychosis, but I think that clearly she was over-medicated or had medications that she was involved with.
Oh my God.
Postpartum depression. That would then justify them to say it reduces her ability to think, to react, to know.
Wrong.
As it relates to malice, which under those cases I cited would reduce to voluntary manslaughter. So that would be voluntary manslaughter. The willful wanton conduct would be involuntary manslaughter. Reasonable doubt obviously is fine. All the rest of the instructions that you gave or that you would give are fine. I would ask that the court consider the prospect, and by way of considering involuntary intoxication. And I did cite a couple of cases, Commonwealth versus Wallace and Darsh, Piantadozzi, as it relates to evidence of involuntary intoxication. And that would apply if, in fact, there's no intentional ingestion of cocaine or some type of illicit drug, but in fact, it's a prescription drug that she was ingesting consistent with the drug instructions, if you will. The drug laboratories and the pharmaceutical companies, they market these products. Of them have black box warnings on them.
Okay, listen.
Talked about that a little bit in this trial.
I have to stop him right now because he is arguing things that belong in the wrongful death lawsuit, not in whether she was sane or insane. Why is the judge allowing him to ramble on like this? Good God.
The age cutoff, but nevertheless, it's scary stuff. You're talking the selective serotonin uptake inhibitors. You're talking about tricyclics. You're talking about antipsychotics. So if, in fact, this young lady did not have a disease or a defect that rose to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but as a result of the drugs that she was prescribed, not abusing, not mixing with illegal or illicit drugs, that would allow a jury to determine that it would be manslaughter based upon the involuntary intoxication. And finally, I would ask that the court entertain giving a Bowden charge in this case. We know that the case law under Commonwealth versus Bowden allows the court, upon evidence presented to a jury, of inadequate police investigation. Because if you recall, way back in the day in this case, I did move for a bifurcation, and my argument to the court was that defendants in lack of criminal responsibility cases are really hogtied, if you will, because to have the lack of criminal responsibility, you have to admit involvement in the crime, but yet when you're trying the case with lack of criminal responsibility, the government still has the burden to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of, based on the evidence, that particular crime. And if there's evidence of a police investigation that is deficient, a jury does have a right to consider that as a basis of an acquittal, and consider that for purposes of finding reasonable doubt based upon the lousy investigation. In this case, it wasn't just a lousy investigation. It wasn't even an atrocious investigation. It was no investigation. In this case, Judge, the police, I think we all would agree, even the government, they basically accepted the fact that she strangled the kids are in the basement, she's guilty, and we move on. They didn't investigate anything. They didn't test the screen. They didn't even take a picture of the screen. They didn't see if there's any blood on the screen. There's no crushers for the alleged crushing of the medications. There's no indication that there's powder that she was crushing the medication to ingest the medication. There's all sorts of questions regarding the blood spatter, the blood. The police never investigated. They come into the court, they talk about their investigation through the crime scene laboratory and state police. And every question that I would ask about the door, about the blood drop on the door, about the siding, they come 6 months later or whatever, they the siding, it's degraded, they can't even test it. I could go on and on and on with the horrific investigation in this case. So I think it would be fair for the court to instruct them on.
I do not.
That's it.
All right. Commonwealth, I know there was one, there were two requests I think that were, you may not have been aware of, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to be heard. One is the Bowden instruction. Also, one is the voluntary manslaughter. Before I let you do that, if I'm looking at the instruction that I have as a possible instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter, Mr. Rankin, doesn't, if we took the word involuntary out of there, doesn't that instruction there apply to the argument that you're making, considering the last paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Yeah, up on page 8.
Okay.
Where it's talking about the manslaughter instruction.
Yes, I do.
It's in the last paragraph, it talks about the ability to consider evidence from either a mental impairment or consumption of the prescription drugs.
I agree with that, Your Honor. If we were to fashion that, I think that instruction would.
So just one instruction.
Voluntary, involuntary, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I wanted. That's kind of what I was thinking. Just to go.
I agree with
if
that.
I give it would just be one instruction, and I wouldn't name it either involuntary or voluntary. It would just be if I give that. Okay. All right. And I think Attorney Buckingham, I don't know. I know the Commonwealth objects to that anyway, so I'm not asking for the assent on that. But what about the Bowden instruction?
So, Your Honor, we would object to the Bowden instruction. Again, counsel is free to argue whatever he wants about the police investigation in this case. But as far as failures of the investigation that had been identified in the course of the trial, I don't see that there is any. And everything that Attorney Reddington just said about what they didn't test, they didn't test the screen. Well, there's clear photographs of the screen and the condition of the screen, and that was very apparent. That was done on the day of the incident. It was documented. Witnesses testified about that. Witnesses gave statements about the window in and of itself. The blood on the outside of the house was observed. There's been adequate testimony about why it wasn't swabbed on that particular day, and there also has been adequate testimony about subsequent decisions to go back and get information or get the swabs from that area and what testing was done, and if there was testing done to identify that it was the defendant's blood that was on the outside. So I think that the evidence, the claims have been made, but the evidence shows that there has been an adequate police investigation. The only point of contention appears to be the drawer and the pill bottles, and there's been some claims made about things that were not done about those things. But again, I think there's been adequate testimony about why those things weren't flagged on that day of the incident. Police weren't aware of the fact that there was actually an ingestion of medications on that particular day. And when they did notify, or when they were aware, we had prescription bottles that were provided by Patrick Clancy, but those bottles in that drawer conveniently never got produced for testing or further analysis. So I think, again, he's free to argue it. I don't think it rises to the level of an instruction. And just to kind of as a side note on a comment about involuntary instruction, I don't think there is one. So I would ask that the court not consider that, because I don't think there is an actual instruction about it. Again, counsel's free to argue that in the form of intent, in the form of whether the Commonwealth has met its burden regarding criminal responsibility. But as far as I can find, there's no particular instruction on that. And if you're on to provide an instruction, then according to the case law, if it's raised to that level, then we would have the burden of proving voluntary consumption, which would put all of that back into play that we've now just agreed.
All right. Well, I am going to give a manslaughter instruction in line with basically what's on page 8. I am not going to give a Bowden instruction. The defendant is free to argue that any deficiencies that he feels that are in the investigation, certainly free to argue. I will not give the voluntary intoxication instructions in regards to the criminal responsibilities. So I'll have a better draft in the morning, but I just kind of wanted to let you know what the instructions are so that you can prepare your closing argument. In speaking of those closings, how much time do you think you may need on that?
I'm usually pretty quick. I would say half hour.
I was thinking more of an hour.
All right. I was thinking of all the testimony, all the exhibits. If the parties want an hour, you don't have to use it all. And like I said, I've seen all three of you try cases, so I know you'll be making progress. So if it gets to 1 hour and 1 minute, I'm not going to push the button. So just so we can kind of have some estimate. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think, before tomorrow?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, Counsel, again, thanks for all your efforts in regards to this. So I'll have a full copy of this first thing in the morning, and we'll do arguments in charge, hopefully as soon as we are ready tomorrow morning.
There is one other minor matter that we've talked about. There is that police report, the security sergeant from the hospital, Brigham and Women's, that we're going to redact and just reduce to like a paragraph. She's the one that I summons, but she's on maternity leave. And we could introduce that, just that one paragraph. And we're missing one exhibit, which is the Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, but we're going to look and see if the government has it.
We don't have it. I thought that, we'll double check. I thought that defense had decided not to put in anything from that report because he was going to provide a proper, not a proper, I'm sorry, a proposed stipulation for that portions of that report, and then didn't. So I didn't think that, and then we both rested, and then I rested again. So I didn't think that was coming in, but I'm happy to look over what defense is stipulate, what wants to stipulate to.
All right. So why don't we do that? If there's a need to technically reopen the case so that the parties could put in what they thought they put in, if it's by agreement, if it's just in regards to some of those records, I think we could do that. So, anything else?
No.
Oh, about redactions, that was the other thing. Was it just that one report, a couple reports we're going to have to deal with?
I believe that everything that required redaction has been redacted.
All right.
So, yeah, I'm not aware of anything we have.
All right. I'm just asking. All right. All right. So thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay. All right, guys. Listen, okay, Leslie, it's okay. We can talk about it now. I'm going to cut the feed off and we'll just talk amongst yourselves. All right. So if you get a chance, Leslie, just answer our poll over here. Will the jury decide Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible? Number 1 is yes. Evidence shows she was sane. Or number 2, the evidence shows she was insane. All you have to do is just drop a 1 or 2 into the chat and it will actually post to our poll if you get a chance. Now, I was going to talk to you for just a second about the Bowden. The Bowden. This is kind of interesting over here. The Bowden charge that he was talking about, which is so ridiculous. Basically, what would have happened if they had the Bowden charge? Then they could not find her responsible at all because of the evidence that was missed in the police investigation. So here's how it goes. Let me turn this down so I'm not screaming at you guys because I know y'all don't need to be screamed at anymore today. We've heard enough of that out of Stompy. Okay, there we go. Now, here we go. The Bowden charge is the jury instructions you were asking about. In Massachusetts, a Bowden instruction tells the jurors they may consider evidence that the police failed to conduct certain tests, failed to follow reasonable investigative procedures, or failed to pursue information or leads that they knew about. That can be considered when deciding whether the Commonwealth's evidence is reliable and whether it proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, in Lindsay Clancy's case, this is not the insanity and GRI instruction, and it's not a separate criminal charge. If Judge Sullivan gave the Lindsay's jury the Bowden instruction, it would essentially tell them you can consider evidence about shortcomings or omissions in the police investigation. You can decide what weight, if any, those shortcomings deserve. You can, if the investigation was inadequate, you may consider whether that affects the reliability of the Commonwealth evidence, and it doesn't automatically mean that she's not guilty. But here's what's important. A Bowden instruction is discretionary. Massachusetts law says the judge isn't required to give one, although the judge cannot simply prevent the defense from presenting relevant Bowden evidence. So, the current Massachusetts jury instruction materials specifically identify instruction number 3.740, omissions in police investigations, as the Bowden instructions. Now, let's talk about why he asked for this. If Reddington is asking for a Bowden charge, pay close attention to what specific police investigation failures he says the jury should consider. That's potentially important because the defense has been attacking aspects of the investigation and the interpretation of the evidence surrounding Lindsay's mental state. So that's what the Bowden charge is. I'm glad he said no to that. I'm glad he said to the intoxication no, but I don't particularly care for the manslaughter charge because manslaughter. Let's see what the maximum is. Max for manslaughter, okay, in Massachusetts. Okay, let me see what it says about that. So, for Lindsay Clancy's case, if the jury were to convict her of manslaughter rather than murder, the important distinction is maximum is 20 years in a state prison. The judge determines the actual sentence within the applicable framework, and the jury does not choose the sentence. Massachusetts law also permits a lesser jailhouse of correction sentence of up to 2.5 years plus $1,000 fine under Rule 13. So the maximum she could receive if she's found under manslaughter is 20 years for that conviction, or as little as 2.5 and $1,000 fine. That's it. But in her case, it would be for 3 counts of manslaughter versus 1 count. So it would be each count, each child, she would get that 20 years or that 2.5 years. So that tells us the maximum that she would do is, let's see, 7.5. Yeah, 7.5 years and a $3,000 fine. If they give her the manslaughter, that's the minimum that she would be serving time. I don't know I just don't know which way this is going to go. I am with y'all. I'm hoping that the evidence shows she was the same. I made an error and I couldn't remove it. That's the only reason why we have a vote for no over here. That was my mistake. It really should be 100%. Yes, the evidence shows that she was sane. So with that, okay, now, and I was telling y'all before they came back, guilty of crime and myself, we're going to do Krista Pike tonight, but she had to change that till tomorrow night, and that's fine. But she comes on at 4:00 p.m. Pacific time, and that is 6:00 p.m. in Texas time. So I will be signing on through her chat, and we'll all be talking together about Krista Pike. There's so much information out there on her. I'll give y'all a sneak peek. The judge decided, no, she could not have a hanging. They were going to use lethal injection. That's it. So there you go. Gave you a little sneak peek of what we're going to talk about. As always, I'm going to ask to like, share, and subscribe. Also, please take care of yourselves out there. Be safe and go hug your babies. I always say this because life is short and our time with them is even shorter. And you don't want to be the one that said, I wished I would have one more time. Just go do it. Okay, see y'all guys later. Have a good afternoon, and I'll see you in chat somewhere tonight. And thank you so much for your participation and your patience in this trial. Thank you.
Time to hit the road. Vroom, vroom. Let's go.